a time when you just embrace bad energy. Like you've always been a guy. Like if you come outside, I feel like you're a guy that's you're gonna just deliver good energy.
Right. Cause, I mean, that's just who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm a good dude. I mean, at the risk of, you know what I'm saying? You know, over flattering myself, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm simple. You know what I'm saying? And I like to, I see what's in people. You know what I'm saying? You know, I see people. I see the good and I see the bullshit too. Okay. I got a phrase that goes, always trust everyone to be themselves, but trust in the fact that you can see them well. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, trust. It takes so much energy to not trust someone. You know what I mean? It takes too much energy. You gotta stay 2 steps ahead of them, whatever. But trust them to be them.
To be themselves.
Trust the snake to bite you. Trust the lion to laugh. Trust the thief to steal from you. Like, trust them to be them. But know them when you see them.
Yo. It's your boy, Big Vi Opinion. Back with another live video. Miss Lady T, what's going on? Sweet P, what's going on? How y'all been? How everything been going? How everybody been on this blessed Sunday? Absolutely, a blessed Sunday. Who our football team won today? Who our team won today? As y'all see the title, man, we trying to you know, we doing a little something different with the channel. You know, we still doing our kills, then we still doing our adult talk segments. Cowboys, okay, Cowboys, we got the W today. Cowboys got the W today. Most definitely, Cowboys. Last week we did our adult conversation. We talked about communication. Last week it was about communication. Tonight we're gonna talk about being equally yoked, and what does it mean to be equally yoked, and is it possible to have patience for someone who's not equally yoked with you at that moment. So, you know, hopefully we can have a good make this out of a good conversation, and get some opinions from other people. You know, I like when I like to come on and do the commentary. Of course, I like doing my commentary, but I like engaging with this with the family as well, with my YouTube family. So hopefully I can get my YouTube family engaged in the conversation tonight. That would be great. You know, so I'm gonna wait. I know this was a random last minute. I mean, I didn't put out no community posts or whatever. You know, I was just waiting to let people get in, waiting to let people to see what people, you know, let people get in before we can start having this conversation. Because these are the conversations that need to be had, and I mean, these are the conversations that are often looked over, and I'm quite sure we all have questions. We all have questions to particular things. So hopefully people come on in. Make sure y'all sharing it. Share the live, as they say. Share the live. You know, as they say, share the live. You know, kind of hard to seem like it's, you know, it's seem like it's a difficult thing to do. You know, you trying to be positive and get positive messages out there. You know, you don't see the same crowd. You know, as if you entertaining the BS, going back and forth with others. You know, and but that ain't what this channel is about. I'm not gonna go back and forth with nobody. I don't have a problem with nobody. Um, you know, I'm just Big Vi and I do my own thing over here. And I try to be I ain't no try to be. I'm gonna remain positive at all times, you know, because I just want people to be able to come over here and have a conversation and feel like they're in a safe environment, you know, a nice, safe environment. And that's what it's about. We got some more Kels, you know, we coming up. We got some more Kels information. Gonna be dropping. We got some more Kels gonna be dropping. So, you know, I'm just sitting back researching, trying to see what I'm gonna attack, what angle I'm gonna attack next. You know, with this whole Kels situation, especially when we talk about seeing that these females allegedly like how what type of financial loss these females took. I don't understand it. If they considering, you know, if they considering how he was taking care of these chicks to be um uh a financial loss now that he's in prison, then that means it wasn't no forced labor. Most definitely. Well, we gonna get into it. You know, I got first of all, we must understand what is the saying, what is the meaning when you hear being equally yoked. That's something I've heard. I haven't heard it often. I've only heard it a few times. And me myself personally, like, you know, when I used to hear this term, you know, in being equally yoked, you know, I didn't understand what it was. I didn't know what it meant. You know, I didn't know where it come from. You know, I heard this terminology um, a while back, you know, and I had someone tell me this, and me being young and not understanding what does it mean to be equally yoked, I'm like, I didn't know. Honestly, hey, don't laugh, but I honestly thought this person was talking about like eggs or something. You know, we not equally. I'm like, well, I like my eggs scrambled. You know. and this person laughed at me like, you know, I'm not talking about no eggs. I'm talking about. I was like, oh, my bad. I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that. I had never heard the term being equally yoked. You know, I had never heard the term. So, yeah, I had to go educate myself on it. So, uh, so once I educated myself on it a little bit, you know, okay, now it's like, all right, now it makes sense. What does when a person tell you, you know, we're not equally yoked, you know, certain things like that, like, or the relationship ain't working or whatever, and you like, well, then why the relationship ain't working? They're like, well, the relationship ain't working because we ain't equally yoked, and you like, what you talking about? Like, what do you mean? So if someone is unsure of what does it mean to be equally yoked, then let's see what it means to be equally yoked. Come on in, everybody. Make sure y'all hit that like button. All right, we talking about relationship. What is equally yoked? What is equally yoked relationship? EJ, what's up, big bro? Little bro, big bro. What up, EJ? EJ in the house. What's up? Say. So now we're looking at what did it mean to be equally yoked. And I'm guessing this is someone's opinion, but you looked on there, like, I guess this is like somewhat in the context of what does it mean. Basically meaning don't marry someone who isn't the same religion or who does not share the same religious belief. Well, this part right here, I'm not sure. I'm not because I was just hearing. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Pastor O. Let me see if I can look him up. Pastor O. Just talked about this on the Cam Newton podcast. Let me see if I can find it. Because this brother just talked about this with Bishop O on his podcast just recently. Did you know the average starting salary for a junior program? Let's see if we can find it.
Never conform. Never. And you know what? How would I feel if my wife is doing what I'm about?
Yeah.
How would I feel if I'm getting hired the way? You know how we.
It say so in other sections of the Bible, it say the unbelieving spouse become a believer. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find this. What this bishop talks about. You know, him and his wife not having the same religious belief, but they have a great relationship. Just give me a second.
So in that type of situation, how does that even? What's the right way to go about it? Because I've seen multiple situations where, in most religions, the male dominance will make a woman believe in what she wants to believe in, or make her believe in what he believes in God about. You see what I'm saying? Because in the Muslim religions, yeah, creeds or whatever, we talk about Muslim, we talk buzz, and
Okay. Let's see what we got. Let's look this up. Let's hear what Pastor O, Bishop O, talks about as far as the religious beliefs. All right, y'all. Let's get it. Let's go. I think I'm already there.
I know throughout this whole transition of the man that you are right now, it wasn't the.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Okay.
So Jesus left us 2 commands when he left. Now, when he was on the scene, he was in the Old Testament, of course. New Testament.
Let's see what they talk about.
Doesn't start till he gets up from the grave. So he was in the Old Testament. And they was in a time of dispensation of law. And so he said, I didn't come to destroy it, I came to fulfill it. But he said, I'm going to leave you. This was his last words. I'm going to leave you with 2 commands. He says, love God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. Because I told you, love is the law of Christ's kingdom. Yes. These are 2 commands. This is going to bless everybody. If you get this, you got it all. Love God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second one is likewise the same. Love thy neighbor as yourself. That's the law. Now, if you love your neighbor as yourself, then there's some things you won't do to others that you don't want done to you.
So to that point too, right? There's always you got many different gods,
Right,
prophets,
right,
religions,
yeah,
creeds, or whatever. When you talk about Muslim, when you talk about Buddhism, when you talk about
Hinduism,
yeah. When you talk about Mormonism, when you talk about Seventh-day Adventists, when you talk about all these other ones that I'm just forgetting, lost for words.
yeah,
The common denominator is do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. Simple and plain. In some way, shape, form. In the Quran, it's gonna say it's gonna have it in a type of way.
My friend used to pay $163 for car insurance. No.
But the thing is, with those creeds that anybody goes by and live by, the thing is, what makes Muslims have relationships or multiple wives? You feel me? That's just always been, my kind of thinking and theory, because it's like, man, wow, like for us to be so much alike. And I had a conversation yesterday with a talent, and she said, you know what? One of the things that I need my partner to have, she was single.
yeah.
She said, one thing that I need my partner to have, he has to have a relationship with God. I said, I received that. I said, let me ask you this though. Your religion is what? She said, I'm Christian, devout Christian. I said, okay, cool. But what if the man is Muslim? Do you still see like you taking him serious? She sat back. She said, that's just something we're gonna have to talk about. So in that type of situation, how does that what's the right way to go about it though? Because I've seen multiple situations where in most religions, the male dominance will make a woman believe in what she wants to believe in, or make her believe in what he believes in.
No doubt about it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because in a Muslim religion, you can't be a Christian if you're my woman.
Of course. And it's supposed to be like that in the Christian relationship,
Right.
because it's unevenly yoked. It'll be a difficult spiritual relationship. Now, I've known several older couples that the wife, wonderful lady,
Yes, sir.
a Buddhist, wonderful, wonderful. She's 90-some years old. She used to do telling on my clothes. And her husband, they've been married over 50-some years. He's Catholic. And they got wonderful children. They got a wonderful relationship. They love each other. And she got an altar in the living room, and he does what he does in his garage.
Yeah.
And so they were shared that it was difficult, but they didn't indulge or they didn't bombard each other spiritually. But for me, as a devout Christian, it would be hard for me to not have a woman that's a Christian, because when storms and trials and tests and trauma and valleys and all sorts of things come that way, I need a woman that can pray with me, that I can agree with spiritually.
Right.
Now, I ain't talking about going and put our money together to get a house, a car, or get some groceries or buy some clothes. We can go shopping and go to Saks and spend some money. But we can agree on that. But when it's time, when there's a storm to hit my house, and I'm saying, baby, we need to pray.
Right now.
Right now. And we need to be in agreement. Right?
Right now.
Right now. And we need to be in agreement spiritually. That's the struggle.
Yeah. That would be the struggle.
That would be the struggle.
Right.
Now, everything else, I mean, it's cool. But I ain't a spiritual man with a relationship with God through Christ, that I cannot live without prayer. And my prayer doesn't have to be like your prayer. It's personal with my relationship with God, because it's a process. Like we were talking about earlier. It don't have to be these and thous, oh great, I'm not praying.
So Pastor O, this is Bishop O. This is Bishop O. Now he say he know a couple, which the lady is one religion, a Buddhist, and the husband is a Catholic. He say, but those people been together for over 50 years. They have wonderful children. He say, but the wife, she does practice her religion inside the house, where he does his practice in the garage. He say, and their relationship is wonderful. But if you read this, it say, meaning don't marry someone who isn't the same religion or who doesn't share the same religious belief. Well, I mean, if you like someone and you love them, who's to say if this is a person that you love? You know, and if this person are you gonna just allow, because this person believe in this religion and you believe in that religion, to stop the joining of love at that moment or whatnot? So, I mean, being equally yoked, just like, I don't know, what's up, V White? I guess it's more so up to the people, you know, who, and I would look at that situation, what he said, Bishop O said, as far as the husband being one religion and the wife having one, a different religion, you know, and them being together for 50 plus years, that just goes to show me that if someone want to make something work, they can make it work. It goes to show me that if you want to make it work, you can make it work. You look at, if you put down 10 things on a piece of paper and y'all got 9 things in common, and the only thing is that y'all don't have in common is the direction of belief that you all believe in. But it don't say that you not a believer. It don't say that he's not a believer. Both of y'all are believers, but y'all are believers in a direction that he goes, in the direction that she goes. But what you see, what he said is, well, the husband don't try to make the wife confined to his religion, or the wife don't try to make the husband confined to her religion, but instead the husband gives the wife her space to do what she want to do, and she gives him his space to do what he want to do. Because like I say, if you write on a piece of paper 10 qualities and y'all got 9 qualities in common, and there's only one quality that y'all don't have in common fully, because both of y'all are believers, but y'all just have a different belief system, doesn't mean that y'all don't believe together. Both of y'all believe. So it goes to show me, what I take from that type of situation is that just because me and another person don't share the same spiritual belief doesn't mean that we can't respect one another's opinion as far as how they feel. So all of this goes back to, you know, like I always say, it goes back to the respect that you have for each other. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say, if I meet a woman and we got 10 qualities that are in common, and we got 9 qualities in common out of 10, and we get down to the 10th quality, and the 10th quality is say, what's your religion? And I'm gonna give up 9 qualities of a woman who has my back, who support me, who love me, who appreciate me, who motivates me and push me to want to go higher, want more out of life. I'm not gonna sacrifice those 9 great things just because I get to one thing and say, well, this right here is a deal breaker. No, I'm not gonna walk away from those 9 qualities just because we get to 10 and say, well, this is a deal breaker. No. I agree, Sweet Pea. What's up, Georgia girl? So it says the unbelieving spouse become a believer by proximity to the believing spouse. So what you hear Bishop O say is, his wife, if he was, you know, when he married his wife had to be Christian, because he want to be able to, him and his wife, to be on the same page when they are praying, and when they're in the midst of a storm and they are praying to God. They want to be praying, you know, on the same page as they are praying. So, and it all boils down to people having their personal beliefs. Like, I can't come in here and say, Georgia girl, you should believe what I believe in, or Sweet Pea, you should believe in what I believe in, or Miss Lady T, you got to believe in what I believe in. No, every individual have their own individual preference to believe in what they want to believe in. But at the end of the day, being a believer that there is a higher power, to acknowledge that there is a higher power, that is the ultimate belief. Like we all serving under one purpose. If the purpose is to serve God, then who am I to tell Georgia girl how to get to God? Who am I to tell EJ how to listen to God? Who am I to tell another person how to acknowledge God in their life? So when we look up proximity and say nearness in space, time, or relationship. So nearness in space, time, or relationship. So that gives someone just goes back to being nearness is meaning what I say, that we write down 10 qualities on a sheet of paper and we got 9 qualities in common, and we get to the 10 quality, and the 10 quality is being that the 10 qualities that you are a Buddhist and I'm a Catholic, or I'm a Baptist, or I'm a Christian. Does that one quality negate all of the other 9 qualities that we have in common? Maybe we can sit down and talk about this religion thing together, and maybe we will come to an understanding that, hey, what's up, Lavish Lady? Maybe if we sit down, and if I'm a different religion than you, then maybe we can sit down and go over each other's religion, and what maybe we may come to conclusion and say, well, then, I like this about your religion, or I like that about your religion. Or you might sit down. It's like an uncle of mine. I had an uncle, and he's Muslim, and he sat me down and he went over the Quran, and he had a Holy Bible and he had a Quran. He goes over the Quran. He's telling me, look, this is the same thing in this Bible. Just one is more detailed than the other. So but he practiced Muslim, and whatever the situation may be, but he's showing me that, look, just because we have different beliefs, but we still following the same guy. But it's just in more one is more structured than the other. So being equally yoked, man, I don't think it should be a deal breaker when it comes to a relationship, because we all as individuals have different preferences. But when you meet someone, of course, you're going to put your preferences on the table. You're going to put your do's, your don'ts, your likes, your dislikes, whatever. You're going to put that out so that you and that person, y'all can sit here and y'all can be open book to each other. Y'all can look at certain things. Of course, if you list 10 things to another person that you are dealing with, and y'all write a list of 10 things that's a go or a no go, and none of these things on this paperwork say, hey, we got somebody, Sweet Sunshine. You say I disagree. Well, to be honest, what do you disagree with? I mean, you come in the chat and your first comment say I disagree. So I'm asking, you gonna say I disagree. What do you disagree with? What is it that you disagree with? I just don't believe that one thing. But like Bishop O said, he know a couple that's been together for 50 years. That the lady had a different belief. Then the wife had a different belief than the husband. But they've been together for 50 years, had children, married, and everything, and they have a great relationship. So, who's to say? I feel like people as individuals could make things work if they want to make it work. It's up to the people who are in the relationship. Now, to me, it's just a term that I heard. Being equally yoked. Being equally yoked is something that I heard, and I'm like, well, what's up with that? What's going on with that? I had never heard the term, so of course I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna talk about it. But I want to know what part of it do you disagree with? Because I don't believe in meeting the perfect. I don't believe in meeting the perfect person. I don't believe that there is a perfect person who's going to meet the perfect guy or who's going to meet the perfect lady. We all as individuals are going to have. I mean, we all are going to have something that we do or something that we like that others may dislike. We've been going through most people who support, the R. Kelly sector, they go through it all the time. Some people look at us like, how y'all support this person, or why y'all talk about this person, why y'all deal with this person, this, that, and the third. It's some, you might be your boyfriend, it might be, your kids, it might be your sister, or you might be your mama, anybody. But people do things and believe in things, and they feel the way they feel about things. But guess what? At the end of the day, you have to do what it is that you want to do, and you have to be the best version of you in order to be anything for someone else. So if you can't be the best version of yourself, how can you be for somebody else? So when these two people, with the different beliefs in religion, and they still came together and they still got married and they still, they made it last and they still are together 50 plus years and counting, it goes to show that, some things, everything is not a deal breaker. Some things can be worked out. How I would like to see how many people actually marry somebody that they were equally yoked with. How many people have, like, when they met their husband or they met their wife, like everything was perfect, like everything aligned, everything was together, So we waiting on Sweet Sunshine. She put I don't know if it's she or he, but they put I disagree, to be honest, but we waiting on a reply. Like, what do you disagree with? I'm quite sure people want to know, what is it that you disagree with? Now it said no. According to the definition, it said you shouldn't even marry. You shouldn't even marry if you're not. Get out of here, man. So, lavish lady, according to this, it says that you should. It means don't marry someone who isn't the same religion or does not share the same religious belief. So it's saying that if y'all can't get past the first part, if y'all can't get past the first part, the marriage shouldn't even happen. It says unequally goes farther than just religion. Let's see if we can get unequally on here. Let's get it. Okay, let's see what it means. Second Corinthians. right, lavish lady. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of people that's not on the same page. Let's see. We can get this on here. Let's get unequally on here. Let's see if we can get it on here. Let's see if we can get it on there. Give me a second, y'all. We're gonna get unequally yoked. We're gonna get unequally yoked on here. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Let me okay, let's see. I think we got unequally. I think religion is a cult. Me personally, I'm spiritual. I grew up non-dimensional. Let's see what we got. Okay, unequally. What does it mean? It's a lot more going on with this. The term basically means out of sync in one way or another. In the biblical reference, it reflected when two oxen were yoked together with the task of pulling a plow. Out of sync. Out of sync in one way or another. Out of sync. Out of sync. I mean, when I see out of sync in one way or another, like when you hear the term out of sync. I mean, how I don't even understand. Like, I mean, how do you get in a relationship with someone that you are out of sync with? Like, I ain't gonna say that it's impossible. I'm not gonna say that it's impossible for you to somehow end up in a relationship with someone who you are out of sync with, because you have people who are you got some people who are good at hiding certain things. They may appear, they appear to be one way, and then when you all get into a relationship, then all of a sudden they turn out to be something totally different than what what you first met, or what you turn out totally different than the person you met. I feel like this equally yoked thing is this is a serious part. I mean, it's a serious statement. And also, I wonder, how does this work with people who like Lavish Lady say, I think religion is a cult. What I wonder, how did this work with people who doesn't believe in, as far as the religious aspect, but believing there is a higher power. You know, you have people that believe that there's a higher power, but they practice like no religion. Like, how does the equally yoked, how does being equally or unequally yoked, you know, how does that work with people who doesn't view religion, you know, or certain things like that, but they believe in God? Like, this could be this is I don't know, man. This is a different type of situation for me. This is something that I really have to look into a little deeper and get into it a little deeper, because like how do you know? Like, how do you know when someone is equally yoked with you? I mean, how do you know when someone is unequally yoked? I mean, sometimes like people sometimes like, is this some are these signs that you see right away, or these signs that, you know, take time for you to see? Like how would you know? Like, some people may say, oh, they with somebody who they are equally yoked to, and get in the relationship and realize, well, hell, there's a God. Don't get me wrong, but religion to me is something that's programmed. Yeah, I believe the same. I mean, I believe in God. I believe in a high power. Uh I've seen the power of God and what, you know, what he can do. But religion, I don't know. Because if we only supposed to follow one God, if we only supposed to follow one God, why is there so many different religions? Like, that's a question that I've always had, you know, when I've asked I asked my grandparents as well. Like, if we supposed to follow God, why do we have so many different religions? Like, and that's because, like, my grandmother, my mom's side, they was Christians. My grandfather was a Baptist. Like, I mean, it was different. Like, you know, and that's the question that I've always had. Like, if you only supposed to follow one God, why are there so many different forms of religion? You know, that's just a question. Maybe I need to start going around asking that question to different ministers, pastors, or whatnot, and see what type of answers I can come up with, because that's a question that I've always had as far as the religion go. And, you know, now when you go back to these terms, like how many people at this point, like, I would like to know how many people use this form in their relationship. How many people refer to being equally yoked or unequally yoked in their relationship? How many people that are in a relationship, you know, ask their partner that? Or how many wives have asked their husband that part when they met? Or how many husbands has asked the woman that part when they met? Like, how many people have made that made that statement important when meeting someone? I mean, I know I have met plenty of people in my life. I've had several relationships, and that being equally yoked or unequally yoked, that's something that I've hardly heard, you know, throughout my experience of dating. So I'm sure, like, a lot of people don't use that as a measuring tool when it comes to dating someone or meeting someone. So, you know, not saying that it's not good or that it's bad, but I think if that's gonna be a measuring stick, then that's something that we all gonna have to look into when it comes to dating from here on out, because I've hardly hear people talking about that aspect of it being equally yoked. And Sweet Pea brought to my attention as far as being unequally yoked, you know. Because like and it goes back to me saying, like, if you are told, if you date somebody and someone asks you all to write down 10 things that y'all must 10 things that will make a relationship work for y'all, and y'all got 9 qualities on a piece of paper that's the same, and only one quality different, and that quality is that one believe you all believe in different religions. Not saying that y'all don't believe in this a higher power, but y'all believe in different religion. And I mean, are you all gonna let one difference, overshadow the 9 things that you all have in common? You know, that's just a question that I have that I ask, you know. And this is something that I'm going to be looking more into, as far as being equally yoked part, and what's the significance of it, and why is it important, if it's going to be based on the religious side of it. Like, but how does that work when it comes to someone who perhaps don't believe in a certain religion, but they believe in there's a higher power? Like, how does that work? Lavish lady say, well, how does the union be blessed if you're not on one accord? I'm not sure. I mean, those are some questions we're gonna have to go around and asking these ministers. Like, even I've been to several weddings, and I've been to several weddings, and I don't even think, like, when you hear them reading it, what you call it, whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna say that the pastor didn't read that, or I'm gonna say that the pastor didn't say that. But I've been to a few weddings, and I don't recall. Well, maybe when they go do the counseling or whatever, or not counseling, when the pastor talked to the groom and the bride or whatever. Maybe when he talked to them, in person, he asked them about being equally yoked and different things like that. So maybe that's something that the pastor do ask them about, in person, because it seems like this is a big part of it. You say you have to be equally yoked if you want a successful marriage. Now dating is different. Okay, that's a good point too. That's a good point. Yeah, dating is different. Dating is different. People marry every day, but it doesn't mean it's blessed by God. I agree, Sweet Pea. I agree. I agree. Nowadays, you got some people get married because it's a fashion. Some people get married just to do it. A lot of people don't even have God in their marriage. They just get married just because, they're one party probably being forced to do it. The other party just like feel, they probably feel like they ain't got no other choice to do it. That's a great point. Both of these are great points. How do you be equally yoked if you want a successful marriage? You have to be right. And I believe this is the part where this is something. Now this is a good thing right here. Now, if we look at this part right here, what Lavish Lady say, now dating is different to me. Okay, so now if you are dating somebody and you all are not equally yoked, now you all have time to, lay out whatever it is, work on those things, build on those things, and therefore when y'all get everything together, then y'all come together and then you get married. Therefore, now I can see that making sense. If you're dating someone that you may not be equally yoked with, now you date, and then the whole purpose of the dating aspect is to try and balance out the things that you all don't agree with. Try and, whatever it is that you all are not in agreement with, try to come to an agreement on those things that y'all don't agree with, then move forward with the marriage. So Sweet Pea say people marry every day, but it doesn't mean it's blessed by God. Right. Right. Because I know people, I know people who got married one day and the next week they was separated, living in separate houses and all type of things. So yeah, I agree with that. I agree with, man, people, marriage is like a fashion show now. People do it just to do it, or they do it just to make another person mad, or whatever. They're not doing it for the purpose of love and being together. They don't understand that, that's a sacred vow. Marriage is sacred. But I've known people who got married and the next week, like, they was living in two separate houses. Like, honestly, like, I've seen it. What up, Darlene Williams? I've seen it. So, maybe right, lavish lady. Right, a contract nowadays. That's it, a piece of paper. It's simply as that. So now, okay, with this understanding that maybe, if you and a person are not equally yoked when y'all meet, y'all not equally. If you and a person is not equally yoked when you meet them, that gives you time to work out the things that y'all don't agree with. All right, we got Sweet Pea. Say believers of the same faith and religion also get divorced. So where they equally yoked or not. Right. I agree with you. 100%, Sweet Pea. Got Sweet Sunshine back. Our religion don't worship the same God. There are only one true and living God. I agree. With you. Absolutely, I agree with that. That's why I believe just because, one person believe in one thing and another person believe in something different, I don't see that to be a deal breaker if those two people have respect for each other and love each other. If they really love and have respect for each other, I don't see that to be a deal breaker. All because, I don't believe in this and you believe in that. What's up, Coretta? Some unions aren't meant to be. They are contractual agreements and is usually why they end in divorce. Right. I mean, it's so bad out here now. You got people who marry folks. You got people who marry folks for money now. You know what I'm saying? You got people want to come into the country of the United States and they marry people that's living in the United States. They marry people for citizenships. Now, how is it to use something that God designed to bring two people together for someone to use it for citizenship? For people to use it for citizenship. Now that should be a slap in the face. For real married people should be against that. Like, it say two people can love each other all day, all they want, but they need to love God above all things, including themselves. I agree. I agree. I agree. They marry for money, kids, and citizenship. I just most definitely they're married. They get married for citizenships nowadays, man. Coretta said, "Hey, bro, I just want to add this one: communication is key. God, trust, and love. Exactly, exactly. Communication is key to all things. If you can't communicate, then that's a problem. That's a huge problem. I concur, sunshine, sweet sunshine. Nowadays, you also have to do background checks, credit checks, etc. Know the family members also." Exactly. You gotta do everything. You gotta do everything. You gotta know that these people, and this is something like, for me, it's personal, right? I always told, like, I always look at this like, right, for women, right? And I think, I don't know if it's a I don't know if it's a bad thing or it's a good thing, right? When a guy meets a lady, right? And a lady and a lady tell this guy, uh she give a guy, pretty much, you give this guy ultimatum, right? This is what I'm gonna do, this is what I'm not gonna do, this what I want, this what I'm not gonna accept. You give this guy ultimatum when you meet him. Now you pretty much giving this guy you giving this guy uh a cheat sheet. Now, I want y'all to hear me out when I say this, right? So I call it a cheat sheet, right? You meet a guy, you tell this guy what you like, what you dislike, what you willing to deal with, what you're not gonna deal with. So now you give this guy a cheat sheet, right? So now this guy know the things that you like, he know what you dislike, he know the things that you gonna deal with, he know what you're not gonna deal with. It can be a bullshit guy. This guy can be full of shit. But the simple fact that you have told him everything that he need to understand, as far as what you willing to deal with, what you're not gonna deal with, what you like and what you dislike. So now this guy he just may be full of shit, but at the same time, he understand that he know what he has to do in order to make sure that you don't be aware of his bullshit intentions. You know what I'm saying? Now that you done told him these things, now he don't have to work to understand what it is that you like and don't like. He don't have to work to understand what it is that you willing to deal with and not willing to deal with. So now this guy, if he has good intentions, then you're gonna know. But if he have messed up intentions, he's gonna focus more on the things that you said you like. He gonna focus more on the things that you said that you willing to deal with. He gonna try so hard to cover up the bullshit that he's doing. I mean, even with a woman that's with, it goes vice versa. A man can give a woman an ultimatum, different things like that. When you put it out on the table, so now, if you tell this guy, look, I ain't dealing with you unless we get married. You know what I'm saying? Or I ain't dealing with you, I ain't sleeping with you unless we get married. So what if this guy, I want y'all to understand me when I say this. Now, if this guy come to you and y'all talking, y'all been talking off and on. You tell this guy, hey, I'm not sleeping with you or any of that unless we marry. So if this guy really didn't have no intentions on marrying you, when he didn't have no intentions on marrying you when you all met, but you just told this man, look, we're not sleeping together unless we are married, this, that, and the third. So this man, knowing that he don't want to be married, but you just gave him an ultimatum to say, look, the only way I'm going to sleep with you is if we get married, X, Y, and Z. So this guy, he goes on with, he proposed and marry you all because he want to sleep with you. Then y'all start having all sorts of problems because guess what? This man, he wasn't there for the right reason. He wasn't there for the right purpose. But the simple fact that you told him, the simple fact that you said, look, I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to do that unless we're married, then now this man who wasn't looking to be married or wasn't trying to get married, guess what? If he wants you that bad, guess what he's gonna do? He's gonna marry, he's gonna do all of those things, marry you, everything, just to, and then all of a sudden y'all gonna start having all types of problems and all types of drama, all types of shit going on in the relationship, because guess what? This dude, he really didn't get married for the right reasons. He didn't get married with the right intentions. He only married you because you said, look, I'm not doing this with you unless we are married. What up, James? So now we have a lot of these marriages out here that's happening like that. We have a lot of marriages with, with female, with women telling guys what they're not going to do and what they're going to do, what they will or won't do unless they're married. Now these dudes are marrying these women and knowing that they don't really want to be married. So now the divorce race, you getting divorced, you getting all this is happening because now you got guys. I mean, you got a lot of guys out here, they only doing things because these women are not some women aren't doing things like they used to do. Some women do have morals. Some women do have standards. All women ain't finna just lay down with you on the first date. This, that, and the third. But you got these guys out here, if they want a woman so bad and their woman say, look, I'm not doing this unless you marry me, even though this guy ain't ready to get married, guess what he gonna do? He gonna marry this woman all because he wants something that she has. And once he get it, all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose because guess what? He doing everything under the sun, stressing this woman out, doing this, doing that. This woman that can't figure it out because she married somebody who had fucked up intentions. It's just messed up. But it works out. It actually works out. It actually has this, it can work either way, but this equally yoked thing, man, this I see that it's something way more serious than when it was told to me, I didn't understand what it was. It was said to me, I didn't know what it was. Hold on, let me try to get some get y'all comments up here. Let's see. Last one was from Coretta. Let's go up. All right. Let's go up. Lavish lady say you can't have a six. Why does it keep going down? You can't have a successful marriage without God first. I agree. You said, Vi, you just said it. What God put together, right? God put it together for us. We are living in the last days. Why be so surprised that many people marry for the wrong reason? I don't think no one's surprised that many people marry for the wrong reason. I mean, people take marriage is not even. Marriage is so watered down and marriage is so watered down nowadays. Like, man, it's crazy. Like, I know homeboys that got married because my homeboy got married. Oh man, my homie got married. So all of a sudden you got a group of homeboys, all of them get married because this homie got married, that homie got married, and they all did it because the homie did it, I think that, hold on, let me read that. I think that comes with the dating stage and being honest with the person you're trying to build with. Yep. You got to, and that Lady T. So you got to be straightforward. I believe it's okay to be straightforward, but just don't. I believe like if for me, when it comes to dating, I want the person to. I think I would like the woman to just, I want her to understand me. I want her to read me. I want her to know. I want her to pay attention to me enough to understand what's, if it's a certain thing you do or if it's a certain thing you say. I want you to be able to read body language. I want you to be that in tune. See, when you in tune with a person that you're dealing with, when you are really in tune with someone that you're dealing with, you're gonna know when you say things that make that person happy. You're gonna know the things that you say that make that person, not look, make that person feel a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna know gestures that means a lot to this person that you're with. You're gonna know the sweet things that you can do. You know what I'm saying? You can know if this person like being on time, versus if you got a person late or this, that. You're gonna know the little tedious things that you're gonna pick up on things. The more and more you be around that person, you should pick up on things about that person. Because me, I'm the type of person, if you do something for me and just say I hadn't said nothing about it, or I don't tell you about it, and you recognize something about myself, and you come to me and say, look, I recognize, like, you shy away certain times, or you get quiet, or you do certain things that you do, and I would be like, you know what, I'm gonna know that this person is really in this relationship for me, because this person is picking up on things that only I know about myself, that I do, and only, and if I don't tell nobody, if I don't tell you these things and you pick up on them, that means you are in tune with me. You are trying to get to know me. You are trying to learn me. But if I tell you these things, you are not going to pay that much attention to those little small things, because it ain't about the big. It ain't big things about me that I care about people not understanding when it comes to me. It's the smallest things to me that mean the most to me. It's the smallest things that mean the most to me. It's up to that woman to have discernment and see through the BS. Yeah, I agree with that. Say nowadays actions speak louder than words. Most definitely. I agree, Coretta. I agree. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Got exactly, Coretta. What up, James? What up, my boy? Got James in the house. What's up, James? Fact that Vi said that's why you date first. I agree. Sweet Sunshine said there's only one way to heaven and many ways to hell. I agree, Sweet Sunshine. I agree. There's only one way to heaven and many ways to hell. The devil is here to kill, steal, and destroy. Jesus is the only way. The truth only offend those who live in love darkness. Right. I agree. My husband married me because I was pregnant and he wasn't ready. How's y'all relationship, Coretta? Let me see. Come on, man. I dated him for 1 year and a half, and we recently divorced because he could not stop his own bull. So I put him out. Money did not matter, time, nothing. I agree. Answer that question, because you become one when you get married. Right, you do become one when you get married. Some folks just don't take marriage or relationship seriously. I agree with you on that. I agree. Some people don't. Say this is why you date, to get to know your partner, but know yourself first. Exactly. Sunshine say remarriage is a sin depending on the circumstances according to what's written. So you should only be married one. Because I had an uncle who's been married, man. I got an uncle been married about 8 times. No lie. Dating is very important before marriage. Very, very important. Very important before marriage. Sweet Pea say people don't work on marriage anymore because it's too easy to divorce him or her. I agree. We are divorced. Wow. Well, I mean, but like you say though, if a person is not trying, if you like, if you're not married for the right reason, then of course, eventually it's going a divorce is going to come into play eventually, because you can't get married because of the kids. You can't get married because of financial stability. You can't get married because all these materialistic reasons. You get married because this is something that God has placed on your heart for you and this person to be joined together. If your marriage is not bound by God, then it's gonna be a marriage that's bound to fail. God is over all things. Some people, you just go back and look at it, and like material marriages doesn't last. I mean, you marry someone because of benefits and things like that. Like, okay, that's cool, but look, when the benefits run out, what that mean? The marriage is over, right? So that's not a good foundation. I feel like when you marry someone, you should it goes back to being equally yoked. You should have a solid foundation. Every relationship should have a solid foundation. A solid foundation. A foundation is more important to the relationship than anything. And if your relationship don't have a foundation, guess what? It's not going to stand long. It's not going to last long. Everything need a base. When they build a house, they pour the concrete first. And even sometimes, guess what? Houses sink too. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? When you're in a relationship, if you're going to build your relationship, if you're going to pour concrete for the foundation, guess what? You need to build your walls out of concrete as well. You don't want to have no concrete foundation with a wooden walls to hold up the house. No, you want to build your walls of your house, or your walls of your relationship. You want to build them with concrete as well. Or you want to, and you go back to a relationship, you want to build your foundation of your relationship with God. You want to build the walls of your relationship with God. You want to build your roof of your relationship with God, because God has to be a part of every bit of your relationship. Every bit and piece of your relationship has to be of God. So if you don't have God on the foundation, if you ain't got God on the walls, if God ain't the roof, if God ain't the windows, then guess what? That's going to soon come crumbling down. God has to be the most pivotal thing into your relationship if you want it to last. And just because two people they believe in God, they go to church every month, Sunday, they go to church every Wednesday, they in church on Saturday, they believe in this, they believe in that. Don't believe that their relationship, that doesn't mean that their relationship is built off of God. Now that should tell you something. You got pastors who get divorced. What that tell you? Pastors get divorced. What that say? I mean, it can happen. It can happen. Sweet Sunshine say, just because you're divorced someone legally doesn't mean you are spiritually separated from them. You made those vows in front of God. To death do your part. Oh, woo! Sweet Sunshine. Now you talking. Sweet Sunshine. You talking some real. Woo! Sweet Sunshine ain't playing on here today. The churches doesn't teach the truth about marriage, divorce, or remarriage. You absolutely right about that. Man, you absolutely right about that. I gotta hold on. Just in case I'm being selfish up here today. Just in case someone want to come on. Let me see. Just in case someone want to come on. Man, because this is a good topic. Some good stuff. Hold on, let me see. God, communication, sex, and finances will keep a healthy relationship. Okay, Lavin ladies say those some good things that. But finances. Should we put finances in there? Should we put finances in there? Many people are living in adultery, and don't even know it. That's the sad part about it. The sad part, yeah, that is. There's so much that goes into this, and I'm starting to realize that, sweet sunshine. I'm starting to realize that there's a lot that goes into this. This equally yoked and unequally yoked is a real heavy topic. This is a real situation. They say 30 years plus marriage is almost a thing of the past. Oh yeah, nowadays marriages probably last 30 days, 30 weeks, 30 months. But ain't no 30 years. You don't hear that. Like I have my grandfather, my grandmother was married for they were married for like my grandmother was married for 20. I mean, no, my grandfather, and my grandmother were married for 50 plus years. 50 plus years. So, yeah. Now these new marriages, man, people be married today. You see them a few years. You see them a few years down the road, and they divorced again. I think I need to. I gotta take that green screen off. Hold on. I gotta take the green screen off here. People nowadays they be married and they be married and then divorced right after. Oh, let me see. All right. Man. Yeah, that green screen wasn't playing. Yeah, so see what Coretta say. I could truly say that when I got divorced, my ex-husband wanted to come back, but I said no. Nah, you stay where you at. Because they don't stop doing whatever it is they doing. They just get better. They just get better at hiding it. So yeah, I mean, if you got rid of a problem, or if it was a problem, whatever the situation may have been, then most likely you just you make peace with it, and you just make peace with it. My parents just celebrated 40 years. That's good. Because, come on now. Because he did things that you can never come back from. God said you can divorce your spouse if he or she isn't righteous. I've never been married, but I've never been married, but I hope to one day, say yes, that's one of the main causes for divorce. I'm not trying to anger anyone or anything like that. I care about everyone's soul, and I want you all to go to heaven and be with the true God one day. Judgment Day is real and no one can escape it. It say financials play a part. Unequally yoked just means one is in bondage, the other one isn't. That just means one is not saved or believes in God. Okay. My husband did not have the heart of God. Way after he married me, he decided he did not want God. Well, no, that ain't okay. That ain't okay at all. Okay, let's see. See what we got here. Let's see. I've decided I would keep God. Hold on, we got somebody coming up. Miss
Hello,
Lavish.
hello.
Hey, Miss Lavish lady, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hello, everyone. Hello, bye.
What's going on?
So, I just wanted to chime in on the conversation. So, I said finances is an important part to me because, I mean, that's one of the main reasons that people get divorced because they're not on the same page financially. Um, when you're married, you become one. So you become one on everything. That includes finances. So if the communication isn't good, the sex isn't good, you're not on the same page with your finances, you got a disaster.
Right, but what if it's just one of those if it's just one of those just say you have communication, you believe in God, you got communication, everything is great, and this person just hit a spot where financially they not where they was at one point. I mean, is it the pay? Do you have patience to see if this person to see what this person is going to do to get out of
Absolutely.
that
You don't,
situation?
I'm not saying you just up and divorce your husband because he hit a hard spot. That's where you step up. That's why y'all won.
Okay,
But
okay,
when I say be on the same page financially, that goes down to paying bills together. Like y'all have to be on that page together.
right. I agree.
Y'all
I
y'all
agree
can't
with that.
be separated with that because that's gonna cause conflict in the relationship. So that's what I mean by finances, finances as a whole. I'm not saying if you hit a hard spot. I'm talking about finances as a
Right.
whole.
So how do you look at a situation like you meet somebody, right? And they not in the best financial they not in the best financial space. Uh they not in the best financial space, right? But you meet this guy, and this guy, he's the perfect guy. But the only thing that's a nail biter, like I say, like it's like having that list of things, and you all have that one thing that y'all don't agree, that y'all don't uh balance out on, and that thing is like financial. Like if it was God, or if it was that one thing, like if you was to meet a guy and y'all had 9 things in common out of 10, and it's just one thing, like are you one to say, and then it all depends on what that one thing is as well, right?
Well,
So
we're
are you
dating. At that point, we're dating. We're not
right?
married. We're dating. So at that point, we have all the time to iron out the kinks and everything we need to do to get on one accord and one page before we make it official.
Okay. All right. So and that was a good point you made earlier. That's why it's important to go through the dating phase in order for you all to, put all these things out, on the board or whatever, on a piece of paper, and
Exactly.
say, this is where we meet and this is where we're trying to go.
Exactly. That's why you date. You date, you get to know that person. You get to know their likes and dislikes. You get to see how they handle their finances. That's when you talk about that credit score. That
Right.
that's that's when you bring those type of things and situations up. And if that's your person, then y'all gonna work together to fix it.
So yeah, I'm reading. I've been liking all of the comments though from you, Sweet Pea, Sweet Sunshine, Coretta, because these are good types of conversations that people need to have. And like I say, like if it ain't no drama, so of course you're not gonna have a crowd of people over or a crowd of people trying to listen. But these are the important conversations that I feel that need to be had because me being one who has never been married ever in my life, and I do look to be married at some point, in my life. So this kind of like give me like this is the type of conversation that kind of like it's like a tune up. Like this is what your do's and don'ts. This is what you need to work on. If there's something that you plan on doing.
Right. I've never been married either, but my parents have been married, for 40 years. They've been together for 50 years, but they've been married 40 years. So, um, and they cancel, other couples, young couples. So I,
Yeah, good.
I just kind of know things to look for and what's important. Just, watching them over the years. Everything ain't peaches and cream, but,
Right.
they made it work.
But see, like in this the financial thing, right? It goes back to like back in the day. Now you look at marriages back in the day, right? When you speak on financial, right?
Hmm.
Back in the day, like women, like grandma didn't work.
Hmm.
Grandpa went to work. Grandpa provided. He did everything.
Hmm.
But now we living in a different era, which
Hmm.
marriages aren't the same. Marriages aren't based on the same principles, and they don't look the same way as back then. I know my granddad worked most of my life. My grandmother never worked, but my grandmother, she cooked breakfast, she cooked lunch, she cooked dinner, she cooked supper. She did everything that was needed to do to maintain the house. She did. My granddaddy put all of his children through college out of his pocket, but that came because my grandmother was a good financial. She was good as far as financial go, with saving money, putting money up, and
Hmm.
making sure the money went into the right places. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So like back then, I don't think the men really looked to women to be able to financially help them. But now it's different, like because the economy has changed. So in case you are rich, both people have to be bringing in
Right.
some
You have to
kind
have
of
two
income.
incomes. Absolutely.
You gotta have two
But
incomes.
even with that, I can say with my parents, even with that, although, times have changed, economy has changed, you got to have two incomes. And like you said, unless you're rich. My dad still takes care of, the bulk of the bills, the larger bills.
Right,
My mama pays some utilities. That's it. My dad is paying everything else. So it's still a balance, even in this day and time. The man is still the man of the house.
right. And like you say, like the biggest thing is now Coretta say, who wants to deal with a broke man or woman bring something to the table? It's not tithes and offering is not just for church. This woman, this woman so serious.
You don't want to be with no broke man,
Hey, look. I agree with her. But at the same time, like you know, I mean, I guess it's different. I guess you gotta have. I don't really know if it's understanding. Like, but like, how do it work for like? Just say for me, like for me, I'm like this. I have everything right. So I work. Uh, I have my own place. I have everything my own. So what if it that I'm not looking for a woman to uh like financially support help. You know, what if I'm just looking for a woman who could just be a good helper in other ways
A
outside of
helpmate. You're
financial?
looking for a helpmate. A man is looking for a helpmate. You know, it doesn't always have to be financially. You may be looking for somebody there to support you mentally.
Right.
That's why women are helpmates. They come in where you fall short.
Okay, so what if I don't need her to just financially just have a big old bag of money and just be like, I don't know. And vice versa. You got some women, I guess like me being me, I've seen it on both sides. I've been on both sides of the coin. I've been the guy that was financially stable and had it to do it, and I've been the guy who wasn't financially stable and she had it to do it. And it was just in one situation it was understanding, in the other situation it was like it was worse. It was the worst for me. It's kind of like part of the reason why I seek to just I had got to the point like, man, I gotta have my own. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do it for myself. And it's sad that it comes to that, because you would think that when you having two people doing it together, it would be uh it could be something great. But I don't know, man. It's just like today time, like it's so crazy with everything is so
Can be
crazy.
great if that communication, what did I put in the chat? You got to have God, communication, good sex, and your finances in order, and you're good to go.
You knew who you were with before you married them, legally separated from the person all you want, but spiritually you always attached to them as long as one of you are still living.
Yeah, that's
I
the
agree with
soul
that.
ties.
That's that soul tie. Well, I had an uncle though. My granddaddy brother, he married one lady and she passed away, and he never married again. Like he was just, you know, he just he was like after that. He's like, it is what it is. He never married another woman after that.
Yeah, I mean, marriage isn't for everyone either. Some people just want life partners.
Now I agree. I agree with that. Marriage ain't for everyone. I was one of them people that said that at one point. Like, I don't know if marriage for me, man. I don't know. But I just gotta keep on living. I'm young.
You still young.
I'm still young, so I just gotta keep living. You know, the more you live, the more you learn.
By the time you hit 40, you'll be looking for a wife.
I'll be doing something.
Probably
I'm
before you
gonna
hit
have to do
40, you'll
something.
be looking for a wife.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something. Most definitely, I'm gonna have to do something. Let's see what Sunshine I say. Dating then marrying for the wrong reason put you in a bad situation with bad end results. God should be the center of everything. I agree. And that's why I say, like, some people, like, I've seen some women be like, oh, I'm gonna marry him because he got this, he got that. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. Like, because like you said, it's for this or for that. I don't think marriage is something that you look at. You don't base it off of the material thing. You base it off of, like, this somebody you could really see yourself growing with. Could you see yourself waking up to this person? Could you build with this person? It's so much other things that people don't look at. And I think, like you say, a lot of times people get married for stability, other than having stability, then getting married. You
Hmm.
know,
Those contractual agreements.
See, since they stayed virgin before marriage, well, hey, I'm already committed a sin. I need to be repaired again. I can't stay a virgin before marriage. I'm done. I'm doomed. And that's a part of it. And that's a part of something that was taken away like has not been pushed in the community, you know, as far as staying pure until you married or things like that. But you know, that's what I tell my kids. You know, I try to teach my sons that look, don't do what your dad did. Like,
In the
look,
perfect world, yes, we would all want our kids to stay
but
virgins and wait
yeah,
till
but
they
it
get
ain't.
married.
You know,
We
once
would have
they
wanted to do the same thing, but we don't live in a perfect world. We
nah,
live in a world full
technology,
of sin, and all
yeah,
of us
technology
sin.
and media. This technology now, shit, it's gonna be hard to teach your kids. Now they want to teach your kids about same sex and all type of things. They teaching this stuff in first grade, second grade. You know,
Yeah,
so
it's shameful.
they're learning about this stuff at a younger age than we learned about it. You know,
Mhm.
Sweet Pea. Let's see what she said. Husbands take care of the family back in the day, but society has changed. Some women mainly for the material things, right? Yeah, husband, my granddaddy was, man, my granddaddy. I looked at my granddad like a hero. Like my granddaddy worked 55 years, would have been 56 years straight for the same company. All our life, sent all his kids to school, everything. Like my granddad, like, and he worked on the side of his actual working. He had barbecue business as well. Sold barbecue like my granddad. Like he like to me, like I mean, he was a like he the one he taught me how to work, you know, having all these conversations like I be having on my lives. Like my granddaddy was the one who sat me down and talked to me about certain things. And you know, I took a lot of that information, but some of it, you know, I still went out and tried it my way and had to realize, look, my way went the right way, you know. But, you know, he didn't, I'm not going to say that he didn't try to instill it. He didn't tell me, you know, he didn't warn me of the things that was to come. Let's see what we got. We got Coretta. Facts. Coretta said she had to leave him because he stopped believing in God. She had to get rid of him. I said, that's what's up. You gotta have the heart of
Sometimes you
God.
do marry for love. You don't marry for those other reasons. You marry for love.
Yeah. But see, you marry for love, right? What you just say. You marry for love, not those other reasons. But how can those other reasons cause you to not love anymore?
Those reasons cause you to love. You fell in love with that person because they had all those qualities. They communicated. They, they had all those qualities. That's why you fell in love with them. So when you stop having those qualities, and then the relationship fails.
What's good, progress? Creepy T, what you want?
I'll just come up here and say hi to everybody. How you been doing?
Hello.
I've been making it. I've been making it. You
Yeah.
know, still crazy, but you know, staying
Yeah,
out the way.
they say another day, another dollar.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Mm, yeah, the YouTube streets been quiet.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it. I ain't
Mm,
worried about it. I ain't worried about it being quiet. You see, I'm over here doing my thing, staying
yep.
in my lane. You know,
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Stay in your lane.
communication is key. God, finances, and sex. Everybody keeps saying. I ain't gonna say what everybody keeps
Those
saying.
are the keys to a successful marriage and relationship. It is. If you don't have those,
So
it's
what
not
I'm just
gonna work.
saying though, you know, I gotta play devil's advocate. So okay, so what if they got God and they got finances, but what is that part ain't what that part ain't, the other part
It,
ain't hit for nothing.
so you really gonna spend the rest of your life with someone and it's bad sex?
I mean, what if it don't get
No,
bad until
nobody's
you?
doing that.
They say
Nobody's doing that. No, sir.
they say the SCX get bad after you marry the person. It be good before you get married, but they
No,
say when you
sir.
get married, the woman don't be wanting to do it like she used to do it. You know,
That's what
that's
keep it
allegedly
hot
now.
and interesting. You gotta
Yeah.
have good sex.
Oh, but Listen, a woman body's changed too.
Now they say the woman
That's true.
she want to get busy all the
Like,
time, and
see,
then when
that's
you
true.
marry her,
Now,
Women's
Lex,
bodies do change. That's
a
true.
woman body does change after
That's
I
she
don't
true.
have
know.
her
Now
baby.
I'm a man, so I don't know.
Yes, women, they change. They go through the change, and when they go through the change, sometimes it's not as hot as it used to be. But that's when you put in a little more
But
effort.
see, when you
That's
see,
all.
that's why I can't be. I'm young. It need to be hot all the time.
Well, that ain't how life works, and that ain't how the human
See,
body works.
let me tell you something. Unless she was in a woman's shoe for one day, you'll see
I
how I
ain't trying to
feel.
be. I'm not trying to be. God didn't make me to be that way. What's up, Phoenix Rising? So if I don't look for a wife, let the woman who is equally yoked find you. Start with friendship first. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Phoenix.
Yeah, I always start with friendship first before you marry.
You
You
gotta
do
build
always
that
start with
foundation.
friendship, but the Bible says when a man find a wife, he find a
You
good
find it
thing.
a good thing.
So no, I don't agree with the woman finding you. You need to find her, but
No,
be a friend
why
first.
I gotta go look for something I've been looking for all my life?
Be
No.
a friend first.
If I ain't looked already, if I ain't found in all these years, I need to stop looking. What that woman say, I'm legally blind.
PMP, hold it down.
I'm legally blind, lavish lady.
You legally blind.
I'm legally blind too.
I guess I'm legally blind too, then. We all legally blind.
See, Sunshine say if marriage isn't for some people, then those people should stay away from having sex and children. Shit. That's gonna be the hardest thing to do. Sex is like that's like an addiction. There's no difference. Somebody being addicted to crack, somebody being addicted to gambling, somebody being addicted to smoking cigarettes. It's an addiction. I mean,
I wouldn't even say it's an addiction. It's something that the human body can't go without.
I want to
You
be
can
with.
go for so long, but eventually, yeah, you're gonna have that tune-up.
Let's see, Coretta say, I just want to be with my honey because he makes me smile. And we have been friends for 3 years and it's no pressure. He's been married also, but I like the fact that he visits me. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I don't know, man. It seems like though for me, it seems like sometimes like women be intimidated. Like when they like some women, I ain't gonna say all, but I'm just saying it seems that some women be intimidated when they meet a guy who like does well, for himself. May be different from other guys that she probably dated before that. You know what I'm saying? She probably not have dated guys who you know, do certain things for himself. Because you got a lot of guys out here that still, live with mama, staying with grandma, sleeping
A
on the cousin,
woman, a
Oh
woman
Lord, I got my uncle on here.
that is
I got my
secure
uncle
with
on here.
herself is not going to be intimidated by a man that got his stuff together.
A woman that what? You say that again?
A woman, not a girl, a woman that is secure with herself is not going to be intimidated by a man that has his stuff together.
Right. I agree with that. But you find a lot of women who
They not women. You see, I
who
put an
that
emphasis
they
on
so
a
used to
woman.
having all the control, and they feel like because they meet a man who holds his own, then the control, they make it about control. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't control them, so that becomes a problem. That this dude ain't sitting here leaning on me, the way I need him to lean on me. I've literally lost a relationship because I actually wanted a job. I actually wanted to work. But this same relationship was perfectly fine when I wasn't doing nothing.
Well, that sounds like a narcissist.
Man, look.
That
What
wanted
up,
to
Unc?
control you. That's
Blessing to
like.
your nephew. Hello,
How you
ladies.
been,
Hey,
Hey,
wonderful, wonderful. How you doing? How you doing, my sister?
I'm doing well.
That's good. Now, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Blessings to the chat family. Big Vi. I love the new logo.
Thank you, Unc.
I'm about to get with you on getting one of them t-shirts and everything too.
Okay, you already know, man. You already know. As soon as, whenever you're ready, man, just send me the
Yeah.
address and stuff.
I'm sorry I came on late. I was going over some of your other lives. Just listening among other things. Let me know what I missed, and sorry for coming in late. I apologize.
We came on today. We was talking about being equally yoked, and I think it was Sweet Pea brung up another part about being unequally yoked,
Okay.
and we talked about it like referring to relationships. So I was listening at Bishop O when he was on Cam Newton, and he was talking. They talked about this same thing. He talked about the like the lady that was a Buddhist and her husband was a Catholic, but
Hmm.
he like they had been married for 50 years, had children, and they have a great relationship. With just they respect each other's beliefs, but
Okay.
would it wasn't they didn't let the religious part break the relationship.
Okay.
We went on to talk about being unequally yoked and things to that nature like that. So we just been on here having a good conversation. Coretta, Sweet Pea, Lavish Lady, Sunshine, Sweet Sunshine, and others like they've been giving good comments and things like that on the chat. So we just been reading the chat and just bouncing off with different things.
Okay. Okay.
What you think about that equally that word equally yoked, and why isn't it something that is like? I mean, I don't feel I'm just hearing about this word like as an adult. So this is something like why you don't think like parents talk about that word like with children coming up.
Um, the first thing come to my mind is not proper teaching, not proper teaching, and not when they admit properly that they failed to demonstrate that themselves. You know what I mean?
Right.
Might be a little disappointed in themselves, a little shame there. But transparency and where you fail at is how your children learn and not repeat the same thing. You know what I mean?
Woo. Repeat
So,
that again. Repeat
you
that
know,
again. I just heard you drop a gem right then.
um, you can't be afraid to let your children know that you are human as parent. You don't undermine your authority in your parenting by letting them see that because in life you're going to fall short and fail. And only thing failure is first attempt in learning. So hiding that from them and letting them see or the facade that you are superheroes, you cripple them when you actually thinking you're helping them by shielding them. You do them a disservice when they go out here in the real world and deal with what they have to deal with. Because times are changed. They're ever changing, they're ever evolving. So what you want to give them is a good solid foundation, a good base that even as things progress and change, they have a strong reference point where you have showed them the balance when you succeed, when you fail. Don't look at it as like you're inadequate. Look at it as, okay, that didn't work. Okay, oh, that's what I missed. Okay, let me make that adjustment there. Okay, let's try this again. It's just a first attempt in learning. Learning is an ever going process. So when the parents let them see, yeah, your dad can relate to that. Yeah, I made that mistake too. But here's what I learned. Like, Dad, you did that? You messed. Yeah, your dad did some foolish stuff. Wow. Now you can empathize and relate. That's why Christ matters so much to the human family, because he left everything in glory and came down and made himself touchable. He went through everything in a human form so that now he can empathize and sympathize. Not sympathize is just having a strong, sincere concern about another human. But when you empathize with people, women innately really have that in their nature. They can, because they're nurturers. So they can actually place themselves in the situation as though it's them. God innately put that in them. That's why they're nurturers. That's why they can hear the sound of a child and can tell you what's going on. Because they're built innately like that. So back to what I'm saying, when you hide and you put on this facade that you superheroes, children seem to go elsewhere for insight and parenting help. You don't want to do that. You cripple them that way. And I yield back to your nephew.
Okay. So what I gather from that is it's good. What I gather from that is the best thing one of the best things about being parents is being transparent. That means
Exactly. Exactly.
allowing your children to see the shortcomings, allowing your
Right.
kids to understand, what it is. Like what we say, everybody's okay when it's yes, 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 yes. But
Mm,
when you say no, you know what I'm saying? Allow your kids to understand how to deal with what it looks like to deal with rejections and no's,
right.
and what they say, uh understanding understanding your value before you become on the market. You know what I'm
Ha ha.
saying?
Ha ha.
So so you really have to we really have to embed that into our children, not just our young ladies, but our
Right.
young men as well. Because
Exactly.
you have to bring some value to the market in order to be available. Because guess what? Everybody's gonna run to the free stuff.
Right.
But
Do you?
when you put value into yourself and know your value, then guess what? It's gonna people gonna stop by. They're gonna look and say, "Oh well, I got just enough for this," but I can't afford that. You gonna
Right.
understand what it is that you're willing to deal with, not deal with. Like we were saying earlier, as far as the women, like you putting certain things out there. But guess what? Sometimes if it's too high, you got people who will steal it though, right? You got people who will steal your time,
Yeah.
waste it, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
all this, don't mean that ain't nobody gonna try you, you know.
That's because, nephew, they're in survival mode. They're in survival mode. Maya Angelou said it best: when a person shows you who they are, believe them. Not
Believe them the
to look
first
down
time.
on them, not to look down on them or think they're better, you less. What she was innately saying is that we have to fall back and look at a person. They might not have the ability or the mental capacity in an emotional healthy space at this point in time in their life. So we have to let it be what it is and understand a person cannot give you that which they don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about within now. I'm talking about personal wealth, which is about character. If they don't have good, healthy character, if those particular traumas, those past issues, or maybe unforgiveness, or maybe deep seated bitterness, which may be legitimate, But if you don't have as an individual the ability to self-assess, to evaluate oneself, to see where the gaps are, where your pitfalls may be in life, to be able to have the mental tools to make the necessary adjustments. If you haven't went through that process, graduated, grown, and healed, and you're forever on that path in life, like we all do till we have no more breath, to be the best version of you in a healthy space, if you don't have that going on presently, you do the other person a disservice for trying to merge your life with another human. It's unfair because now I have to be your emotional, sponge now. You know what I mean? You drain the other person because you're not in that space where you're able to give in a healthy, trans back and forth. A lot of people try to love people into loving them, thinking that I do this, I do that, I took care of this, well, I did that. Well, then in turn, you should give me. That's not how that works. When you look at love and the principle of what it is in the biblical term and just science what it is, it's a choice. It's a decision that one makes to meet the need of another person for the rest of their natural life without expectations. Because when you look at expectation, a lot of from our perspective, the selfish part of it's innately in our human nature. You pull back the layers, it's about how we think we should give that person love or how that person should. But let's learn what their love language is first. Let's see the way God sees them. Let me get in a healthy space that I allow him to utilize my gifting and understand this is more about bills coming together, the bedroom and all. It's a sense of purpose of why are you two together? It's that divine confirmation that brought you together. Are both of you a whole person? Is there wholeness? Is there wholeness there? Is it a true, genuine chemistry and connection? Talking about the 5 pillars of soulmate, but that's a whole nother subject. See, these are things you should be at a place in your life, health-wise, internally, before you talk about entertaining the thought or even establishing a friendship, courtship that leads to marriage. And I yield back.
Come on in, Lavish Lady. Don't be on mute over there now.
Oh no, I was just listening.
Okay. All right.
I was I mean I agree, but I still say in order for your marriage to be healthy and successful, you have to have those things that I named earlier. You got to have God first. You got to have communication. You got to have sex, and your finances got to be together. You got to be on one accord with your finances.
But like you see, I like all those things, but I'm saying it's one of those a deal breaker, right? And this and I wasn't having a conversation about it wasn't about nothing pertaining to like the sex, finance, marriage, none of this stuff. But I was having a conversation with my son's mother, and somehow we got on the conversation about, people, sometimes with what you just said, it goes back to, or sometimes people will give up or walk out, you know, because they will let something so small is one of those things determine them walking away, from the relationship or from the marriage or whatever. And I said just like, sometimes like I asked like, do people really have the patience like before? I'm quite sure our ancestors, our great grandmas, and all those went through certain things. I know they had trying times, but guess what? they stuck it out, they held it together. You know, whatever they went through, the children never knew it. You know, because you know they went through their things and they kept making way with it. But I look at a lot of times like nowadays you see like people be so quick to give up on the next person, you know, and me I like to use like I like to talk about certain things when I talk, and I was like, well, it's just like if you know you planting seeds, you know, in a garden, you come out here and you come out here, you watering this seed, you doing everything, you caring, you say, man, it's been 2 months, this seed still ain't grown, you know. And guess what? You instead of some people will be like, you know what, man, forget it. I ain't, you know, I'm done. I give up, you know. But they don't understand. They don't understand. They don't have the patience to wait and be patient with it. You know, and I was like, well, then what if it was like so what if it was a big old garden or something? You say, you know, you put it up for sale because you've been planting seeds on this garden and you ain't been seeing no harvest. All of a sudden you put it up for sale and you sell it to somebody. You know, now all of a sudden you come back after it wasn't producing nothing for you. You come back after you sell it. Now it's out there, it's producing all type of harvest. All because you didn't have the patience for these seeds to do what God intended for them to do. So even in relationships, right, things come about. In marriage, things come about. Sometimes everybody don't have the patience. They want to give up right away because no. But I feel like the only time people want to give up right away because those are people who wasn't fully committed in the beginning. But to say, you know, in relationships, people will give up. They'll give up and not have the patience to allow things to play out because they don't understand that God is in the midst of all of these things. All shortcomings, God is in the midst of those things because guess what? God will hold a person back to see if the person that they are with, do you really love this person the way you say you do? Are you really with this person for the reason you say you are with them? Because some people be like, oh, I'm not with him for the financial, for his finances. And what God would do, God would block them finances to see. I ain't with him because the sex, because he got good sex. You know what? God will make it to where this man can't have sex. What you gonna do? He gonna test us all in some way, shape, form, or fashion. We will all be tested for the words that we say out our mouth. Oh, I don't love her because she give me stability. Guess what? God will make it uncomfortable for her. And then see what you gonna do. Is you gonna stay or is you gonna leave? If the sex ain't good, is you gonna stay or you gonna leave? If the finances are not there, are you gonna stay or are you gonna leave? What are you gonna do? So this conversation, huh?
You asking me that?
No, I'm just referencing. I'm not saying it directly to nobody in particular. I'm just, you know, we just having a general conversation. You know, it's nothing
I mean,
directly.
it's something that you should work on. Now, if it's not resolved in a certain amount of time, and then yeah, this is a problem. But when you come together with somebody and you marry somebody, y'all become one. I never said it was gonna be easy. Yeah, you're gonna have ups and downs. No, you don't run at the first sign of trouble. But if it's a consistent thing, that's a problem. That means you're unequally yoked.
But what if the unequally yoked comes at the hands of a medical issue? Now, does that give it the same quality as a person who is perfectly fine and not doing being able to produce?
It depends.
That's a tough one, right?
It
That's a tough
depends.
one.
No, it's not for me.
No, I'm just saying, like
I'm
that's a
still
good.
gonna repeat. I'm still repeat the
That's
same thing I said. The five soulmates principle that I laid out. I'm still saying the same thing. That's
come on,
that
man.
third.
Give us the
That
five
third one.
soulmate principles. We listening.
That
We
that that
listening.
wholeness. That wholeness is so important. That's what that wholeness under that umbrella it falls. And the other thing you just laid out, and my sister just so eloquently referenced also, is that's why sense of purpose. See, we got to understand when it comes to this marriage thing or courtship relationship that leads and always aim towards that. Sometimes it may not never get there, but it's always supposed to aim toward that. That should be the purpose of dating and courtship, as you know, our parents taught us. Otherwise, what we doing, playing house? That ain't what that's not what that's about. But when you have a sense of purpose, you understand that in Dr. Gary Chapman's 5 love languages, that falls under the category of acts of service. I don't care what your primary love language is. My primary love language is words of affirmation. Mm-hmm. You know, out of the highest score, 12, you know, mine is 11. You know, if you listen to me on Nephews, you should know, you know, that's what mine is. When you look at the 5 love languages, you're there to serve. You got to serve. It's an act of service. It's a decision that one makes in spite of. It's a giving and a sharing from both hearts to one another. It's a continued process. Yes, that's work. So if a person innately having graduated in life beyond selfishness, or me, self, and I, or what can I get out of this, or how this is going to benefit me, how this is going to be a blessing to my life, however the little nice, fancy words we use, then you already done missed the mark. How can who I am growing to be and God's purpose for me, how can that come together the same way he's doing that purpose and both of us come together for a sense of purpose? See, when you look at it like that and not construct, then it's a lot more bigger than how we narrow it down. So if I know that I still have trust issues, then I shouldn't be on the market anyway, let alone be engaged or let alone be married to someone. I need to go probably sit down and deal with that with someone to help me amplify some of those things. But we don't do that. We try to get into relationships, let alone a sacred marriage, and have those particular things fixed in us from that other person. That's a tremendous burden to put on another human.
That's baggage. But you know,
yeah,
everybody comes with baggage. So when you meet your person, you got to be willing to help them unpack that baggage.
Well, that's not a job for another human in the marriage. You don't. No one is. I'm not qualified to be no counselor, no therapist. That's something a person need. And I'm not saying it to be funny. I'm saying I'm just being real.
But I'm being real. I'm not qualified for that.
No one is. You know, if a person has if you was a mama's boy, you might need to, wait off until you start dating.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it real simple so we can get it. So everybody listening. In other words, my sister, my nephew, if you in a place of brokenness for whatever happened in life, that you presently are in that broken state, you're not emotionally healthy. You don't know how to have a dialogue with another person, where nephew laid out in his previous video how you can hear to understand and not just sympathize but empathize with the other mate, not hear to counter, because what they saying seems to hit a nerve that are some unresolved issues. You know, that's where the wholeness comes in at. That's why Christ asked that man at the pool of Bethesda, will thou be made whole? In other words, search it, research and all of that. He said, I can physically heal you. Just say the word. I don't even have to say the word. I can think it and you're healed. But I want to make you whole. What am I saying? What I'm saying is whatever state of mind that puts you in the place that you land in that situation and you stuck like a bookmark in life, or you still got that hold in you, I want you to be whole, set free. So when I give you what I'm trying to present to you to move past your situation, I'm paraphrasing, then I need you to move and fill in the gaps, take the necessary adjustments and the responsibility and accountability. But what do? We hide behind. We fall back and we hide, come out of hiding because we don't want to deal with the accountability. We don't want to deal with the responsibility. It's about a character adjustment. And when you get with another human and that wonderful institution called marriage, you really see a mirror before you. So if it's constructive criticism that might be presented in the most kind and supportive and helpful way, if you can't handle that, you need to probably be single for some time. Because if you really want to know who you are, get with another human. That's what the courtship is all about. That's what going to premarital counseling is all about. Are you both a candidate, not so much for one another, but do you understand what it takes to actually come together in a marriage institution, a partnership, a sacred covenant? It's a covenant. You just can't get out of it because because I don't feel, oh, this won't happen, the love gone. That's why you should always keep up the courtship. Never let the expression of your love ever run out for one another. Always keep up the courtship.
Woo! Well, boy, you teaching.
I yield back, nephew. I yield back.
You teaching, boy. Nephew, so I'm just being a sponge right now. I'm just being a sponge right now. Because if people look at what I'm doing now, if you go back to Adult Talk Part 1, we talked about communication. A lot of this goes into what we're talking about right now. Being equally yoked. The communication is the pillars. Like God had 4 pillars of the earth. Communication is the pillars.
Say that again, nephew. I don't think you realize what you said. And my sister, she said, what's the sister that said, my sister so eloquently said, the communication, finance, I think she's finance, God, and sex, intimacy, however you want to phrase it. But you just said it again. Communication, you said it's a pillar. Do you remember that song by Benny Siegel called Feel It in the Air?
Yeah.
Remember that part? He get in there and he breaks down 85% of communication is nonverbal. The other 15%, the other one there's the other 5% they'll show you.
Man.
He said that in the song.
85%
communication is nonverbal. People are always communicating to you who they are, where they've been, where they are now, where they're going and not going, what you're going to get, what you're not going to get. They're always communicating with you. But our problem as human beings is that this fantasy that we have in our forehead before we meet another human about getting with them, we need to get rid of that person because it does not exist on the planet. We keep looking for the perfect job. We keep looking for this. The word says offenses will come. It's inevitable. It's going to come. My sister just said it. But you don't want to get with someone who's still broken and they're not healed of trauma in their life. That they got still deep seated root unforgiveness, because it takes faith, true faith of a mustard seed. It takes faith to forgive.
Man,
That is not in your nature. You need divine faith. You need to believe it like we believe everything that's for God, for prosperity and all this thing, good job, good for healthy children, all that stuff. You need the same amount of faith to move that mountain like you're going to need it for to move that tree. And what's the difference between a mountain and the tree analogy that Jesus said? A tree got roots, a mountain don't. A mountain is just an object in your life, a situation that come and a fork in the road, and you're going to speak to that thing. You're going to push through it. You're going to make the necessary adjustment. You got to tighten up together. But a tree is something that's deeply seated, rooted. It's your ancestry roots. You can no longer communicate like your granddaddy and grandmama and your uncle and your auntie. It might not be correct, but that might be all you know. We carry on those things. So you got to always, like my sister said, but here's my 3 things that's the key. And I'm saying the same thing she said it, but I'm going to say it in a reference to the song I just mentioned. The 3 things is nothing but communication, communication, communication. Because remember, anytime you sit down and have effective communication with someone in transparency and openness, and you're healthy, well, there's no offense there. You're learning and you embracing and you're trying to understand and you're growing and you sharing, you supporting and you doing that. It's back and forth, like you reciprocating that back and forth. You're going to find out everything you need in effective communication. Here to comprehend and understand. Then when it's your opportunity to, here's a little help phrase that you help you in counsel, whatever. I believe I hear you saying this. Am I on the right track? And the other person's comment might be simple. Just an example. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Trying to say, yeah.
What will be your suggestions from this point moving forward, how we can start to make those adjustments?
Yes.
I yield it back to your nephew.
Yeah, because that was one of the topics. One of the 5 things with people with good communication is someone who can communicate without countering. So it's being able for someone to be able to come to you and voice a concern, and you not saying, "Well, I only did this because you did that," And that's a big problem that we have in relationships nowadays. Every time a person voices a concern, it has to be a counter. Well, you made me do that, or you made me act that way, or if it wasn't for you doing this, I wouldn't have did this, or if it wasn't for you saying this, I wouldn't have said that. So the only way we can have effective communication is if you being first, we got to be a good listener. It goes back to, like I always say, my grandfather taught me, you listen, you look, and you listen twice as much as you speak. That's the only way you're gonna understand what's going on around you. That's the only way you're gonna hear what's going on around you. Because if you talking, you're gonna miss what you need to hear. So most of the time when people rebut things you say to them about them, they only do it because you hitting something that reflects back to them. So if you telling a person, well, when you do this how it make me feel. Well, if it wasn't for you saying this, I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? But that person is really admitting to what they do because they defending it. If you know that's not your intentions or you didn't do that intentionally, you don't say, well, I'm sorry if it made you feel that way. I'll make sure I don't, I'll make sure I try not to do that again or say that again. You get what I'm saying? That's a person who does something unintentionally. But a person who does things intentionally, they're going to defend whatever it is that you tell them that made you feel a certain type of way or react a certain type of way. So we have to do the communication is one of the pivotal things from the beginning of saying, hello, how you doing? My name is Big Vi.
Right.
That's the start of the whole relationship, the communication.
Mm-hmm.
Lavish lady, come on in here. Now get off of mute now. You the only woman up here. So.
No, just listen. I agree. A lot of people, when they communicate, they don't listen to understand. They listen to respond. So
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Hey, he just made me. I'm sorry. Get on it, nephew. Don't let us sit back in the cut like that, nephew. I had to mess with you, Lavish lady. I had to mess with you on that one.
Lavish lady saying one of y'all women need to come up here and help. Our Lavish lady is a real strong woman, and it takes brave people to come up on this platform and have these type of conversations. Because these are the conversations that need to be had.
Right.
So, Lavish lady, what you were saying now?
No, I was saying I agree in that a lot of people, they listen to respond instead of listening to understand.
Miss Lavish lady, why do you think a lot of us as individuals make that mistake and still struggle with that today?
A lot of us struggle with not listening.
Yeah, with the statement you said, why do you think that's still it's a struggle for a lot of us today as individuals? And what would be some suggestions do you think they can help some of us to move past, move beyond that and start a new journey?
To be honest, I don't know why it's a struggle for us. I think we were really kind of raised that way. But I think we should, take our time and listen, whether it's in a relationship, friendship, listen to understand versus, responding. But I don't know why we do that as people, as humans, so to say. It's just a natural reaction.
Yeah, nephew had what nephew go? Nephew had in his bottom of his the previous video, those 10 things I forgot what the title was. But the last one was said, remember we're a team. And when you were speaking, that bottom number 10 came to my mind. That when you remember that you are a team, you want to do whatever it takes for the team. You understand it's all about the team.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about me, not about you. It's because we all win when the team wins, and everybody has everyone has strengths and everyone has need more work on.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And I think that's how we come into the whole scenario. That once I understand that concept, then it's my duty as a human being that I should embrace that and be on the journey to becoming the best version of myself.
How do you get one to understand that?
Well, once the person that you're talking to gotta want to understand
it. It goes back to having the ability to self-assess. The self-assess. And I don't have the ability to self-assess because it's about having. See, when you do that, you have to take account. You can't get around it. I'm trying to say it another way, but you just can't get around responsibility and accountability for your own life. No one owes another human nothing on this planet. My old man always said, and I agree with I understand what he was trying to say. But since the years he passed, I kind of looked at the thing and tweaked it a little bit. But I understood where he was coming from because of how we was brought up. His thing was pull up by your own bootstrap. That got a lot to it because my old man was picking cotton at 7 years old in Mississippi. So he was in a different era. And a lot of stuff was going on during that period. And his concept of work ethic and those things that they went through just trying to prove that they were just more than 3/5 of a human. You know what I mean? That time frame. You know what I mean? He was born in 39. So you can imagine, you know what I mean, at that young age, that was going on. So I got what he was saying. And his thing was about just work ethic, work ethic. But it didn't couple with that entrepreneurship. You know what I mean? So the journey of character building, provision, problem solving, these things that you should be on the journey to, build character. You know what I mean? It helps you in these particular areas, being able to step out, take a chance, calculated chances now, you know what I mean? Calculated chances. And so
Breaking
up. And calculated chances now. So tying it back into what we're saying, you must have the ability to self-assess. And what I mean is I'm a reference to the first Tom Cruise Top Gun movie. And there was a line in there that his commander told him after his partner Goose had passed. And he came to visit him. And he said, I'm going to skip to their conversation. What's on your mind, son? My option, sir. Easy. You can acquire enough points in your Top Gun class. He said, listen, what we do up there is dangerous. Anything would have shook me up. I'm not here to blow sunshine up your son. Goose is dead. And you feel responsible. Goose is dead. Your partner, who was like a brother, I'm paraphrasing, like a brother to you, knew him almost all your life. You came to the Navy together. Goose is dead, and you feel responsible. A lot of us holding stuff. You got to let that go. We holding that. A lot of us self-inflicted condemnation. It ain't that we struggle to forgive other people. We struggle to forgive our own self. And we carry that over into marriage, relationship, thinking that particular relationship thing is going to fix. True healing is from the inside out. You can't get it from the outside in. So whatever that looks like to you, even if it takes us sitting down with someone to help us pull back the layers, as painful as that might sound in the hearing, it's something that we must do if we want to be the best version of ourselves. When we know it's still so much in us to achieve, and not talking about material things, just to be the best version of yourself so you can make a powerful impact on humanity. And so he told him, Goose is dead, and you feel responsible. Therefore, you have a confidence problem. Here we come, nephew. Here we come. And I yield back. A good pilot. I'm not talking about no pilot, nephew. I'm not talking about that movie. A good person, a good heart, good intention. You want to strive to be the best. A good pilot is always compelled to evaluate what has happened so they may apply what they have learned. So it's not the hardships that wipe us out. It ain't the letdown, the disappointment. It's the fact that you didn't realize that a storm was coming. You did not prepare for that. That's what he said. You should always keep the open lines of communication and always be prepared to pull together. It's work, but the rewards on the other side, when you push through that together, when you are healthy, emotional, and mental individual, and you both have the best interest of the other, it's an act of service. And on my closing, Mike Tyson said in a short interview, a lot of stuff was going on, but he got to this part and they said, well, why am I? He said, well, I didn't want to be happy at that point in my life. I just wanted to be right. He no longer thinks that way anymore. It's not about you right, I'm wrong. I'm right, you wrong, you right, I'm wrong. It's about we want happiness, we want peace. And what that looks like, we can do it together. Yeah, two flawed human beings coming together, still individuals, aspiration, dreams, and all of that. But our main purpose and goal is to build the best union, to grow, whatever that looks like. Entrepreneurship, whatever that looks like. But you can only do that successfully when you have already established that as an individual. Not perfect. There's no human being perfect, but your intentions, your devotion, your commitment, your integrity, your devotion. You made a choice to commit. It was the decision that you made to meet the needs of another person for the rest of their natural life without expectation. If each individual from that perspective of doing that, both needs are always met. And I yield back, nephew. I see it on the screen.
Oh,
I can't hear you, nephew. I don't know if your signal going bad.
oh yeah, I had to muted my mic.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I had to pull it up.
Yeah, I liked it that other day. I watched that live. Yeah, I replayed that.
You know, this is the basis. This is the basis of what we need to understand. You know, and these are 5 common things. It say 5 things people with good communication skills have. You know, and these are just 5 things that people have, and people. It could be other things outside of that. You know, let me see. But this one uncle was talking about right here. Get this off here. At the bottom, it talks about having control on their nonverbal communications. And lavish lady, I mean, when we talk about nonverbal communication, this is what I understood. Like, this is when a person is in tune with you, with the other person that they're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's the body language, you know, eye contact, different things. Like you won't be able to know certain things just by looking at your partner. You know what I'm saying? Or looking at the person you're dealing with or trying to communicate with. So we see this a lot with people who have been together like for years. All right, Miss Courtney. Hold on right quick. Let's see. Hold on. Is the audio clear?
It's kind of scratchy.
Yeah.
I'm not really hearing.
Yeah.
Am I the only one hearing?
No, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it too. Yeah. It's like something breaking up, like a
Yeah,
radio
it's like
signal
I'm
or
breaking
something.
up. I'm trying to listen to y'all, but it's breaking up. That's why I'm quiet because I'm trying to listen.
Hold on.
I don't hear it now.
Just a
Okay,
second.
it's gone now.
Yeah, it is.
It's steady coming back.
Yeah. Hear when I speak? Do you hear when I speak? As I'm speaking now, do we hear it now when I'm speaking?
Now it's clear.
No. Okay, let me
It's
shut up.
clear
Let
now.
somebody else speak. Let me shut up.
It's clear. So you say have control on their nonverbal communication. All right, let me see. Let me see something. I don't want to do that. Is it still like that? Okay,
Okay, it's
hold on.
quiet now.
Yeah. Hold on just a
Okay,
second.
there we go. There we go. I don't hear it now, but um, yeah, I think nonverbal communication is very important. Did he leave?
Are we still in here? I'm trying to figure out this static though. All right. I
No, it's
don't know.
cool now.
I switched devices. It's still doing
Mm. I don't know, nephew. It might be them people's nephew. They don't want that. They don't want none
What
of
we
this goodness
saying
to
now?
go out. They don't want none of this goodness to go out.
I just switched devices and it's still doing it, man.
Like my boy T. Stevens used to say, "You gonna get this kale. You gonna get this goodness. You gonna get this goodness, whether you like it or not. You gonna get this goodness.
Right. I don't
Let us
know.
saturate you. Let us
Do
saturate
you
you."
have another device on? Are you close to another device?
I
And
exited out my laptop and came on my phone, but let's well probably have you and Unc go out and come back in and try to see what it do.
Okay,
okay.
I'll go out.
You talk, nephew, and see what happens.
I'm still here.
All right. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3,
Sound
4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
yeah,
10, 11,
clear,
12.
clear, clear.
Okay. You still want me to go out too and come back in?
Now, Unc, you sound clear. It sounds clear.
Okay.
You want to know
Okay.
why nonverbal communication is important? I feel like nonverbal. I guess it was me. Then don't hear it anymore. But I feel like nonverbal communication is clear. Is what? Why is it? Hold on. Is important because it means that you are in tune with the person, and you all are in tune with each other, pretty much. To have nonverbal communication, in my opinion, it lesson is you don't. If a person is really in tune with you, you shouldn't have to speak for them to understand what you're trying to say. They should be able to tell by certain gestures that you make, or things that you do, or any little thing like that. In my opinion, we see it a lot, like with older relationships, like my granddad and my grandma. They used to be the funniest though, but they understood each other. Like they didn't have to say nothing, just look at it, like it's like the eye contact or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It used to be little stuff like my granddad just knew, like my grandma, they have a conversation, and they have a conversation, and my granddad say something, my grandma look a certain way, my granddad no, look, man, just leave it alone, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's learned over a long period of
That
time.
non-verbal, man, it's more detailed than just somebody. It's more detail as far as what a person, like, getting in tune with who they are communicating with or whatnot. What
You
you in
ever
here
heard this
for?
phrase? You ever heard this phrase, nephew? When you've
No,
heard
I
people
didn't.
say, people
Unc, you
say that,
still there?
yeah. Can you hear me? Right. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, volume. I have the
Hello.
volume. Hello. Unc, you
Oh,
still
can you hear
there?
me now? Can you hear me
Yeah, I can
now?
hear you.
Oh,
My
um,
shit gone, man.
you ever heard someone say that energy don't lie?
Oh no,
You ever heard
I
you ever heard
I I've
that
heard
phrase?
people refer to that. I done heard people refer to that. Your
Yeah.
body, like, I can tell your energy off. You come around like,
There you go. There you go. So looking at that sense of nonverbal communication, remember what that song with Benny Siegel said? He said in the song, 85% of communication is nonverbal. See, you not only hear what a person is saying to you,
mhm,
but you also got to watch a person's behavior,
behavior. Yeah, behavior. Behavior
how
is
they
big.
move, how they move. It's speaking values to you. It's speaking to you. But we never come see these things. You got to learn, relearn, unlearn some other stuff that we got that we didn't picked up. You know what I mean? It might be from our
Unlearn
family,
and
past
relearn.
relationships, or whatever. That
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
and
Because
I tell
a
people,
lot of things. Remember what Maya Angelou said. When a person shows you, how do they show you? They show you
they
not
action.
only verbally. There you go. Now that's it.
You in
That's
action.
it.
You know what I'm
That's it.
saying?
Which is
Just
your
like I said,
behavior.
I don't like my grandma say. My grandma used to say, well, I don't care. I don't give a damn what a motherfucker say. They
There
show
you
what
go.
they show you.
That,
They gonna show you
that
what they mean.
there you. Which means what was she saying? She's talking about a lack of good character, no
Uh
integrity, no integrity,
huh.
no standards. You see what I'm saying?
Uh huh.
That's how you can tell that right there. It's speaking volumes to you. But why do we ignore it as individuals? We all been guilty of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got to keep it real with yourself before you can even do that with another human.
Right.
Because if everybody that come across a person's life and you hear you having the same experience, well then maybe a person should fall back and say, man, maybe the common denominator in all these
It's
failed
me.
situations is me, the individual.
Yeah.
And that's why Michael Jackson said, well, I'm gonna start with the person in the mirror,
Yeah.
and
I'm
I'm gonna
stuck
ask that
facing
person,
in the
"Are
mirror.
you willing to make a change?"
I'm hoping you can change. Yeah, because a lot of times people, but see, the worst thing, I said this a while back, the worst thing that people want to deal with in America today is the person that they look up and see every morning. They goddamn self.
Yeah,
Nobody want to address them.
right,
Nobody want to talk about them.
right.
Instead, they want to talk about what everybody else
Yeah,
doing, what everybody else ain't doing.
well,
Why these people happy? And oh, I make sure I gotta say this. I
go ahead.
gotta say this. I gotta say this. Why is it that nowadays it's okay for people to want to measure their relationship to other people's relationships? Why did that ever
Ooh,
come about? They want to measure their marriage to other people's marriages. You don't know what these people going
you
through
better say it.
personally.
You
What
better
they
say it.
showing you on the outside, it may look good, but when you get in the inside, it's shattered glass everywhere. People don't understand why. When did God say your marriage must align with this person's marriage?
Because
Your
nephew,
relationship may
fantasy
align.
is what people want. Fantasy is what they want, but reality is what we need.
Reality.
Fantasy is what people be wanting. Live in this fantasy world. All these images and all this thought and all these scenarios that we didn't created in our forehead. That's not reality. Because to step out of
Correct.
that and into reality means that you must self-assess, take accountability and responsibility for your own well-being and prosperity and happiness. Whitney Houston said it best: no human being can make you happy. They can only come in your life and enhance what you already possess.
Already. Mm-hmm. Oh, I got one for you, Coretta. What does it mean when someone tell you they move in silence? That means this person have trusted too many people before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
what
trust is,
that
yeah,
means.
yeah.
This a person who has this. That's a person who have
That's a
trusted too
wounded.
many people
That's, yeah, them wounds. Yeah,
and have been let down, have been stabbed in the back, have been left for dead, and had
yeah,
to pick their own self up. And now they say, you know what? If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it in silence.
yeah.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it on my own. You know, I'm gonna do it in private. See, I used to be a person that I used to operate in the public. I wasn't having no success for that. When I'm telling people my move, I'm telling people about a job I want to get. They go and apply for the job and get it before. I'm like, man, how you get? Oh man, when you were talking about it, I just went on up there and did it.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? Everybody you talk to ain't for you. Everybody you talk to ain't gonna help you. Everybody who you talk to ain't gonna uplift you. You know, so a lot of time you realize, like a lot of time we do things, and a lot of time when people do things publicly, they doing it to try to excite somebody, to try to, you know, get favor from people. You know, they're not doing it because, you know, this is what they really want to do or whatever the situation may be. But a lot of time people that operate out in public or do things publicly, man, I think those are people who crying out for help. That's how I look at it. I believe it's at some point in your life, you're gonna have to start moving in silence. Because you can't show your hand. It's like playing poker. It's like playing you gambling. You showing your hand. God gives everybody a hand. It's up to you to play your hand the way that it should be played. But if you lay your hand out for everybody to see what's in it, then guess what? There's no way you can win. And if you do win, you're gonna come against so many obstacles because people see you. They see what you're doing. Why would they say God gonna come like a thief in the night? You know what I'm saying?
When you unaware and
You
what that
unaware,
means is when you unaware and unprepared, and
unprepared.
you're not been watchful and make yourself ready. You're not been
Mm-hmm.
watchful and made yourself ready. In other words, you haven't prepared.
Uh-huh.
You haven't prepared. You're not ready. You haven't made yourself, that's what that means.
And he say, what he say? He say, you better get your house in order
Mm-hmm.
because he's coming.
But
He's coming back
see,
again.
nephew,
But
we
one
keep
thing
going
he
back.
didn't
Nephew,
say.
you keep saying it. Nephew, you keep saying it. You keep saying it. See, that's all about accountability
Yeah.
and responsibility. I'm gonna say this again, nephew, and you probably gonna get tired of me saying about this prison move interview. And Pac said in that statement, you can look at that and pull something in the last and use it in everything. He said, and you wonder why NIWGA choose to live a negative lifestyle because to them it's safer. Because when you do stand up, when you do make your voice, but then he said, y'all take them out. He said, so that's why they choose to live a negative lifestyle. I got the context what he's saying. I don't think people just choose to go out and just be negative. What he's saying is they live in a way that to the surface, oh man, he ain't trying to, but to them, you safe. Because when you stand and make a stand, everyone that did that, they took them out.
Everybody.
So I get the concept, what he's saying, but it's always said there's unity and strength, though. When you make your voices heard. And he said, I'd rather live like a man. If you put it to, the sisters, well, women say the same thing. I'd rather live like a woman, or I'm like, live like a man, than just die like a coward and just lay down like that. But unity and strength is all it takes. It takes one person to make a difference. And somebody say, yeah, you know what? That's right. And it can't be just one ethnicity. It's got to be all humanity across all. Because look what happened with Obama. Whether you agree with the administration that he did or didn't do, that's not even the case. Look how it got to a point in our cultures across the globe where they say, well, this particular change need to take place. And you know what? This person fit to be, we're going to go with this. And it caused people from all cultures to come and make this happen. Young, middle-aged, old, and all of that. I said, now if they can do that for some politics, when at the end of the day, you can't depend on the government for your own destiny. You can't depend on the government for your own destiny and being the best version of yourself. You must utilize all that is available to you and make that work for you. But to just sit on the sideline and not take charge of your own life, which means accountability and responsibility. Yeah, that's big. That ain't easy to do. But it is doable, nephew. I believe it is. I believe it's possible. I'll tell you why, nephew. Because I believe it's been put inside everyone's DNA. Like you always said, we got to tap into it, make it do what it do.
It ain't easy, but and that's the thing about life, that people have to understand. And if it come easy, it can be easily taken.
If it was easy, everybody would do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
But the difference between the rich and the poor, or the what you say, how they said the haves and the have-nots, it's a different mindset. Because nephew, do you realize when I really understood, and this gonna sound real small and real funny, but I'm serious, a heart attack. Do you realize that the super wealthy, rich, whatever you want to call it, and those who don't have what the other side, don't you know we all got the same 24?
Yeah. Well, we've been programmed. But a lot of our people been programmed to sleep until 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Come on, nephew.
You know what I'm saying? Our people, bro, if you sleep until 12 o'clock in the afternoon, you done miss 6 hours of your day to progress.
So how you gonna talk about what another human didn't do? They failed there. They failed my expectation. I thought it was gonna be like this, or this wasn't what I would thought. Well, here's my motto, nephew, and I'm gonna get off my soapbox and yield back. Here's my motto. It's real simple. And if you ask me to repeat this every time we come on, I'm gonna repeat. This goes for any human. If you don't like what you're getting, change what you're doing. If you don't change what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you got. Wait. What up, so-and-so? If so-and-so wouldn't have did that, yeah, I hear y'all. I hear all of that. And I empathize and sympathize with you. So at the end of the day, who's responsible for you as a human?
You.
If you don't like what you're getting out of this thing called life, however the card's been dealt to you, then go in the bathroom and look in the mirror and say, we're going to change what we've been doing. And where do it start? It starts in your mindset. It starts in your heart. When I say your heart, I'm talking about your inner soul, where your desire is, where your emotions are, where your decision making is, all of that. Your mental, where your decisions make, all that together within. Because if you don't change what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you got. And at the end of the day, nobody is responsible to care. No human being is coming to save you.
None.
So wipe your eyes, clean your nose, get up from there like he told the pools of Bethesda, take up your bed and walk. Get out that situation, leave out of that particular predicament, and do what you already know within you that you should have been doing a long time ago. Free yourself from your past. Let it go. And move on. It's too much places to go get good help and support and encouragement. And tell yourself, enough is enough. Because if you don't like what you're getting, then just change what you've been doing. Because if you don't change what you've been, you're going to keep getting what you got.
Yeah, you're right. Hello, Miss April. Most definitely. And a lot of time, the people who ain't seeing no different result is because they liking what they getting. You know what I'm saying?
But tell you why that is, nephew. You said something in your other thing I was listening to. Y'all made some man, you and fantastic. Y'all make some excellent points. People, you ask why they keep doing that. Y'all ask the question. Here you go. This was crazy, nephew, but this just real talk, man. People get a chemical release that they are just addicted to the response they gonna get from drama and chaos and dysfunction. It's sad and it's a tragedy, but it's a harsh reality. So like the movie Poetic Justice, Jada told Alan Payne at the water over there, paraphrasing, because I remember the movie, it's been so long ago, you keep trying to save a brother who don't want to be saved. Sometimes you just got to love people from a distance and remove yourself. Because if you ain't take the necessary steps and making the necessary adjustment for your own prosperity and happiness and well-being, then I cannot allow you to come in my space and pollute and strip and kill and destroy what I'm building up. Yeah, and Fatline, no. When people show you who they are, Maya Angelou said, believe them. And don't wait for them to move around. You move around. Wish them the best, hope for the best. And until they able to embrace that the common denominator in my failed attempts in this thing called life is me in the way I think. Until they able to get to that point and stage in their life, nothing another human can't do, nothing for them. All they're going to do is just milk it. It's going to be a lick to them. Anything you attempt to do that you think you're doing from a good space is only not only a lick, you're just enabling them and letting them know it's okay for you to just use me and take advantage of me and do all of that. I love myself too much. I'm in a healthy space. I'm in a phenomenal place in my life and journey. And no, that's not going to do for me. Move around. But that's what happens when people are in survival mode. They don't really even have their bases together. The simple necessities of life. It's the way you think. That's just the harsh reality, nephew.
Yeah, man. I mean, and it's crazy that that's something that we have to deal with.
Yeah. You can't help everybody, man.
No, man. That's
Some
why
people just
when we talk, and me and you we had our conversation, man. Like, you know what? It's just, different things. Things have to be different. You have to move different. You know,
right.
you have first of all, you have to want different in order to move different. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't want different. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't care.
Right.
But for
And that's what, as another human and an individual and being family of the human family, your heart just aches for that. But it's like, what do you do? What my nephew Big Vibes doing, and what other brothers and sisters are doing throughout the platform, and those who trying to be on the negative stuff, you just let that be. But yeah, you take a stand, you check that, you put that in check. You don't let that keep on, and if need to, you take other measures. You know what I mean, legal, whatever. But other than that, you keep putting the goodness out. You overcome evil, nephew, with goodness.
mm-hmm.
Because they both can't stand in the same space. You overcome evil, negative, all that dysfunction. You overcome that with pure goodness. You said it earlier. You don't have the nonsense in the chat because of what you're talking about, nephew.
Of course, they not gonna entertain it. They're not gonna entertain that. You know, you can get on here and argue and cuss people out and do all the things in the world as long as you're going back and forth. But when you trying to encourage people and have these type of conversations, which are the type of conversations that need to be had. You're not gonna see that same turnout. But once again, once you understand that, then you know how to deal with it. Because the people that's in here getting this conversation, guess what? Those are the people who gonna walk away, be able to lead this conversation, and be like, you know what? I got something from it. It goes back to saying this right here, number 2, that's on there when they talk about, you know, the talk. They say they talk to people with good communication skills. They say they are confident in their voice. Good communicators have confidence in their voice that easily motivate the listener. That's how I feel about myself every time I come on here. Even when I heard you, I'm like, shit, man, motivate me. I like to get on here just so I can hear I got, if it need to be had, then I call like, hey, man,
Right, right.
what's going on? We have our little conversation, but then it also says they talk to the point. They don't just speak out something to make people happy, but they speak the truth and to the point. Their talks, their talks are very powerful that change the listener's mind positively, and also ask questions in between. These people ask questions in between to make sure the listener is getting the exact message. And that's something that I wouldn't even say I learned to do. That's something that just came natural.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm talking to somebody, I need to make sure we on the same page. Ain't no
Right.
sense of me going to paragraph 2 if you don't understand paragraph 1.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
tell people all the
Well,
time, how can you read a book and you get to 5 pages left in chapter 1, then you skip over to chapter 2. Then say, let me go back and finish chapter 1. It's pointless.
Right.
It's pointless. So in life, one thing about life, when when I'm gonna tell people every month, I don't say every day, I don't say every week. If it's 31 days in a month, the 31st day going into the first day of the next month, or if it's 30 days, whatever, you should do an evaluation of yourself and ask yourself, what did you accomplish within that month? Right. Where did you stagnate at? Where did you lose it? Therefore, each month give you a guide as far as where you need to be aiming at the next month. And each month you should challenge yourself to the point to where you can create a consistent balance. And when you create that consistent balance, man, it's going to be things that come or things, and you're going to start to realize the things you done got rid of. You're going to start to realize the things that were helping you. You're going to start to realize the people that are no longer there. You're going to realize the people that has came in. Because everything is going to change when you start giving the attention to your personal life. See, a lot of people come on the YouTube street, they neglect the hell out themselves. Yeah. Because this is what it's about to them. Yeah. But when I get on here, it's about YouTube. When I get on here, it's about hoping that I can motivate somebody, hoping that I can encourage somebody. Me being young as I am, true enough, but guess what? I could have started this journey a long time ago.
But got an old soul, nephew. You've been blessed with an old soul.
Man, look, I tell you, when I tell you, man, a lot of this stuff that we talk about, it's come from them conversations with me talking to people like you. I can talk to some young guys, but we have to be on the same, kind of like at the same playing field. But also, when I talk to my friends, I can't talk to all of my friends the way that we talk. But I got other friends who was raised the same way as me, so we can have these conversations and we sit back laughing. People like, man, these dudes out here still doing this stuff. I remember me and my best friend being at our graduation, being 18, and all our classmates, they anxious and ready to go out. They ready to go to the club. And me and my best friend, we sitting there like, man, we don't care about that, because we were sneaking in the club at like 16, 17. So.
Wow.
Our classmates was ready to go. We were like, man, the club owed us. Like, we had already been doing stuff like that. So, taking heed. And I'm going to tell you the biggest thing, though, and this is like, you remind me, like my grandfather, when we talk, like, it's always something I can take from the conversation. It's always something I can take from the conversation. So, a lot of times when I come on here, a lot of the stuff that I talk about is the reality of the conversation that me and my granddad used to have. And you know how people say people can talk all day, and you can say you listening, you can say you get it, but until you come across those problems that somebody told you was going to come one day, is when you realize that, guess what? Your granddaddy wasn't lying. Right. Or your mama wasn't lying. Your uncle wasn't lying. I had people in my life that told me some of the things that I went through in my life in this short period of time, it was already spoken up on me. It was already told to me that it would happen. So when the situations came about, I was more shocked, because I'm like, man, my granddaddy said this. In the person that I dealt with, it be people that I dealt with through these situations. They like, how can you handle it like that? How you just taking it like that? I'm like, because it was already spoken to me a long time ago. I knew this was gonna happen, but at the same time, it was nothing that I could do to prevent it. It had to happen.
Yeah.
That's one thing about life that people have to also understand. Everything that's gonna happen have to happen. It ain't nothing you can do. It ain't nothing that you can do to prevent it from happening, but you can prepare yourself for when it happens. That means praying up, putting God first, believing in God, trusting in God. There is nothing or no one above God. It's the only way you're gonna get out of anything that you go through. God ain't gonna take us nowhere and leave us.
And that's what I was saying earlier, nephew, when I made the reference to that we didn't prepare for this. Somebody said this a short time ago, and they was using the analogy of the Navy and how in Navy um, in boot camp, one of the two things that they teach you when they preparing you for war is how to respond when you have a jam gun. And also the second thing is how to carry a dead body. How to respond when you have a jam gun and how to carry a dead body. Talking about life and all the stuff we talking about now. Now, nephew, out of all the stuff that they can show you and you can be taught and all of that going into the Navy, preparing you for war, why would they teach you pretty much those two concepts in boot camp? What would be the first thing come to your mind?
Danger. I don't know. Survival is
That's
one.
the worst case scenario. That's what we are not prepared for. So it's not the hardship in life or this or that we always focus on that wipe us out, that bring us to our knees, that whatever it is. It's not that. It's that we did not prepare for that. It's the worst case scenario. It's what you're not ready for. It's what you didn't plan for. Like you said, you didn't prepare for. Will Smith said a while ago, if you stay ready, you never have to get ready.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be lazy when it comes to your own personal development and your well-being, your prosperity, and your being the best version of you and having the finer things in life. And I ain't just talking about material. I ain't talking about material at all. I'm talking about first, you got to be mature and healthy with personal wealth. That's from within. That's all about good character. So when you get whatever, you know how to proper manage that. You follow?
Agreed.
You know what I mean? But a lot of people do it backwards. They try to get everything and then put it up on Instagram and all this show. That's only showing that you don't have good character and you still need to be affirmed. You have affirmation issues.
Mm-hmm.
And people try to carry that stuff, that brokenness, as I was referring earlier, into relationships, whatever they may be, thinking that that's going to, feel that. No, true healing is from the inside out. To be able to see the truth about who you are and where you at and where the gaps are and not be afraid in an intimate way. When I say intimate way, that means this is where I'm at, this is what I'm working with. This is how far I'm coming. This one I'm lacking. I blew this on this. Can you work with that? Are you willing to work with that? Now we can say, oh, you got that. Oh, I got this. And now after all of that, we still good. We still cool. See, that's what you learn with the layers and relationships, especially we talking about the marriage thing, all of that. You're going to learn that. And at the end, you can say, and we still good. But see, you can only be able to embrace that and continue, what I said earlier, that giving and sharing from both hearts. It's an act of service continuously. And when you're doing it from a place of just gladness, and having an awesome opportunity by the Creator to utilize everything that He's put in you to be a encouragement and a support and a help and a blessing to that other person. Wow. Fool, ain't no price tag you can put on that.
Not at all.
But you have to be in a healthy space to be able to walk in that like that. And that's why people got all these distractions. They want to go up to all this because you're hiding from what the real issue is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't run from yourself, nephew.
No, no matter
Because
what,
wherever you go, you still there.
no matter where you go, you still go. You know,
Like, man, oh, there I am. Man, I thought I got away from me.
they saw the dude running up the shot. And he run all the way up the street, and then he get up the street, he back, his shadow still there. He haul off running, he take off running again. He get to the next corner, he look back, his shadow still there. Somebody finally stopped him. Sir, why you running? He said, somebody followed me. Then they say, who? He look back. The man say, that's your shadow. It's gonna always say, oh, I've been running for nothing.
Don't do that, nephew. Don't do that. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Tell him. Somebody else had to tell him what his shadow was. He gonna holler, oh, I've been running for nothing. No matter what. This shadow always gonna be there, man. And I'm telling you, man, that's one thing.
Yes, sir.
Right. You know, it's something always gonna be looking at you all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so no matter what you do, you think you cheating. You know, you think you're cheating. You think you're doing, you think you're getting away. The only way you get away with it is these people ain't confronting you because they know what you're doing. But somebody's always looking.
Right.
Is all if it ain't somebody, it's yourself. So hey,
oh man,
you know that's one thing. You know, I tell myself, man. You know, like you say, man. I tell people, I tell myself, I say one day I was younger, and I was like, man, because you know how they had that old phrase. I said, man, you know what? Because I always wanted to be different. I always wanted. I was the one in my class that wanted to be odd all the time, you know. And I just said, you know, I'm a hope for the best and expect the worst, you know.
Right.
And my teacher's like, well, why would you do that? I say, because if I expect the worst, I won't be surprised when bad things happen.
Right. I won't be caught off guard. Yeah.
I won't be caught off guard.
That's the worst case scenario. Always prepare for the worst case scenario.
I want to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Right.
So if I'm beefing with somebody, like me, I grew up on the west side.
Okay.
On the south side. I had to go to school on the south side. So I was a fool to walk on the south side like I'm God, like I ain't walking into the lion's den.
Right.
So hey, every day I walk to school, look, I'm prepared for somebody gonna say something to me. So let me get my little lock in the sock, whatever I gotta do.
Right.
So just in case I had to get up out of here, I'm always and no matter what room I'm sitting in, no matter where I go, I'm always planning an exit route. Always planning an exit route. No matter what you do in life, always plan an exit route. Yeah. Make sure, because you don't want to get caught up in a situation when it's time to escape and you don't know where to go.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you become a casualty. Yeah. You know, and all people gonna say is they gonna put you on a shirt. They remembered you did this, that, and the third. It's gonna be people come out lying. They ain't talk to you in 10, 15 years. You know, all type of shit. So, you know, it's best to just get yourself together, be the best you, love you, treat yourself right, you know, treat others right. And at the end of the day, if you know that time come, you know, you can be prepared. You know, I used to tell myself something a couple of years ago. I started telling myself, I said, man, you know what? I say, man, despite everything I've done in my life, despite everything I've been through in this young time, in this small amount of time I've been here on this planet, I say I feel like I done what my purpose was to do. Now
Right.
I feel like I'm living in my purpose.
Okay.
You know, at first I felt like I've done what I needed to do, but now I feel as though more so I'm living in my purpose because I'm being more vocal
Yeah.
about certain things. And I've noticed that when I speak, like I never intended for people to gravitate, because one thing I knew when I spoke, I was speaking real. I don't
Yeah.
get on talk. I don't live a fantasy lifestyle. I don't fantasize about life. I talk about what goes on in my life.
Right.
And if I talk about my actual life, ain't nobody gonna be able to come on here and say, Big Vi, you lying. Big Vi, that ain't real. Oh, this is proof. I got the scars. I got the war wounds to prove.
Right.
I got the disconnection notices to show you. I
Right.
got the eviction papers to tell you.
Right.
This ain't no facade that I put on. I'm far from a diamond. You know what I'm saying? But if you press me enough, eventually I'll become a diamond.
Oh, nephew, you don't realize what you just said.
Oh yeah. I
You don't know what
realize
you
it.
just.
I
You,
realize
do
it.
you
That's why
know?
I'm
Do you
paraphrasing.
know that people want to be successful? Everybody wants to be happy. Everybody wants prosperity. Everybody wants to live a good life. People want to achieve their dreams and go. And it's nothing wrong with that. Keep those and never give up on them. But keep things you just said. In order to be a diamond, before that diamond get to be a diamond, it has to be a piece of coal, which ain't really pleasant to look at. But what do? They put it up under extreme pressure. Then after it goes through that pressure in life, you hear me talking, nephew. You already said it.
That's why
Then
I'm
they
paraphrasing.
put up on extreme heat. And after they put it up on extreme heat, then it has to be cut. And once it had that cut, that's the only way you can tell if it comes out of true diamond pure, that you cannot break it. That's the process that we have to go through as individuals. And if you're not willing to go through that process as an individual, do us all a favor. Don't you dare get into a relationship with anyone.
Facts.
And you haven't been through no pressure. You haven't been through the heat, and you haven't been cut from that particular programming that caused you to go in that negative direction with that negative energy, with that dysfunctional talking that you're doing, with that bad energy. You got to go through you got to be cut.
Mm-hmm.
So you can come out pure as a diamond.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I know that if we join together, whomever it may be in a relationship, then I know, okay, you're a rider. You're a
Yeah.
rider for real.
You've been
Yeah,
through
you're a rider for real. You've been now. You understand this. Now I know you're gonna grab a hold of me, and we gonna back to back, baby, back to back. We finna get up out of here.
Uh-huh.
You already said it, nephew. I had to. Nephew. You had.
That's why I said it. I say these people apply enough pressure, they gonna
Yeah.
turn me into a diamond.
Life gonna do it. Life gonna do it.
Yeah.
You can't evade it. You can't evade it. Why you want to merge your life with something that's so sacred?
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, the act of service is so much depth to that, and that person ain't been through nothing.
Mm-mm.
And you selfish or self-centered, or think about what about me? What if some people get up and it's like taking a whining thing like you do in the old robots, little toys you had. You just wind it up and wind it up and wind it up all the way until you can't wind it no more, and then you let it go, and it and then it go out. That some people get up like that, and that's their whole concept is about them.
Uh-huh.
And they wonder why their life is the way it is. And then you want to carry that over into, you know what? Like I'm not saying always, go kick rocks with an open toe shoe. Get away from me with that.
Fact.
On the real. On the real. Tell them, poof, be gone.
Be gone.
and you move yourself around. You ain't got to hate them. You got to wish nothing bad on them. Just, hey, no. It ain't happening here. We on goodness. We on goodness and positive. We ain't on none of that. Go somewhere and get healed.
Everything cubic zirconiums coming here, they stick out. No.
They gonna get this pressure.
Yeah,
they gonna get this heat, nephew.
Yeah.
And the chat gonna cut them. Cut them on out of here.
That's fact, man. That's exactly what's gonna happen. That's exactly what's gonna happen. You know, and that's why I call it the adult talk, man. And you got thin skin, this ain't gonna be the place for you to. This over here is organized conversation, open conversation. That's why I say it's open for anybody. You know, for anybody who want to have a real conversation to come on and come out. And it's been good. You see, we've been getting the ladies been coming up and getting conversation.
Yeah.
Because they come up and talk because it's safe. It feels safe. They know they're a safe environment. And this is what's going to be these conversations. It's going to take off. It's going to take off. I'm going to be patient because it's going to grow some way bigger. And to say that, we done talked tonight and we had a good conversation. Next week, you know, we're going to be going into Adult Talk Part 3. And I think Adult Talk Part 3 gonna be trust the process. That's what I feel. We done had communication. We just talked about being evenly yoked. Now we finna talk about trusting the process. That's gonna be that. And then when we get from trust the process, we gonna start. You know, we still gonna be on Adult Talk, but we gonna get into the nitty gritty. You know, we're going to get into the nitty gritty because I see people talk about finance. See people talk about sex. See people talk about, well, we ain't going to talk about the God part because we talked about that today. But if we get into the finances, we're going to talk about the sex and different things like that. But this is what we want to do over here and make this a healthy environment for people to talk and be able to talk because, you know, listening to some of the ladies who've been divorced and going through certain things, some that say that they don't want to go through certain things. So this is the great conversation. And for me, who has never been married, I'm just enlightening myself on some of the things, important things to know before making that commitment or what it takes to lead to that commitment. So this is educational for me.
Right. Well, I have been married, and that's why, bless God, I can speak on what I'm speaking on because he took me through a process where I wasn't whole. You know what I mean? And I wasn't healed, and I can speak on there, and it shocked people. You still believe in holy matrimony and marriage, and you speak positive about that, and you wow, they be shocked. They can't comprehend it. I'll tell you why. Because they still living a selfish life. And they don't understand that the marriage institution is about acts of service. It's about acts of service. It's a giving and a sharing from one heart to the next, continuously, in spite of. It's not about perfection. It's not about perfection. It's making a healthy decision and choosing with God's continual blueprint to meet the need of another person, that other partner, for the rest of their natural life. So once you get into the 5 love languages, you find out, is their love language words of affirmation? Is it physical touch? Proper physical touch? Quality time? acts of service or receiving gifts. Receiving gifts is not about materialistic things, how that person is wired from within, what speaks to them is receiving gifts, which is in all forms. It can be from the very small gesture to whatever. And knowing that and making a choice to step out of your comfortability to whatever your love language is shows an act of love toward that other person that speaks volumes to them. And for the rest of your natural life, it's a joy to do that. That is a choice you have to make and learn that continuously. People are selfish, they don't want to do that. It's about me. Because there are deficits in that individual life that they have yet to address.
I think we need to hold off on the trust the process and come back with part 3, love languages.
Okay.
I think love languages, it should be part 3. Love.
It's big. Yeah. A lot of people get divorced, they separate, they break up, nephew. And a lot of times it's because they didn't understand or was not able to identify. You heard it all the time with aunties, cousins, man, bro, girl, what happened to so and so? Oh, they won't even speak my language. We said loosely. It's been around we said the phrase all the time in all different cultures. No one picked up on it. That we not all, nephew, we don't all process information the same way as individuals.
Right.
No matter how long you've been, we're not wired the same like that.
No, that's a fact.
We didn't learn the same. We don't have the same pedigree. We don't have the same exposure and upbringing. We didn't have the same experience that when this thing happened to this person, they was able to get out of it what they incur, throw the rest to the side and keep them moving. For another person, it crushed them. They didn't know how to bounce back. That can be due to a lot of things, past, upbringing, or what have you. So when you talk about somebody loving, you really get into you're going within now. That's a choice. That's a decision. That's a commitment that you make. It becomes a covenant from that point on. So if that person is choosing to do that, I didn't say they hit the mark all the time, but their inner devotion and decision in walking in their commitment and always, miss that. Oh, man, don't trip. We good. We a team. We good. And okay. You make those adjustments and you keep. That's what it's about. When you understand, this an act of service from one soul to the next. Wow. If each individual was doing that, where is the lack on either end? There isn't. There isn't. And it's not about perfection. You're still human. Give each other a break. Take it easy. Don't sweat the small stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's just all small stuff. We a team. We good. We good. Gotta speak those things that be not, nephew, as though they were. I don't care what our bloodline and family tree said or what the history of our family. We gonna speak those things that be not as though it were. And we gonna put in the necessary work. That's why Pawpaw and Big Mama and them was all to get 50, 40, 50, 60, 70 years because they got this concept. and they made a commitment and a choice and decided to move forward in that. And it's not about perfection, because none of us perfect, but our intentions are on point. Our devotion, our commitment, being mature and healthy as an individual. Your word is your bond. And you walk in integrity. You got standards. You got principles that govern you. When you got someone who has been doing continuously that particular self journey, help on themselves, and been through some things, took out of what they incur, those lessons, and make the necessary adjustment, I can work with that. I can go into battle with that. That's what it's about. And people don't see that because they still be looking at the benefits of the honeymoon phase and don't realize all that romance and that all that stuff that comes down the line. In the beginning, you trying to learn and establish, and it's an act of service. All that other stuff gradually goes along down the line. That's why I said earlier, never let the expression of your love ever run out. Keep up the courtship. That's why I phrased it like that. And I yield back.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Hey, I'm giving it to y'all tonight, man. I'm, 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 I'm stuck on the love languages, man. I think love can be broke down. Can be broke down in a. I think they could be broke down in more detail for everybody, and especially to help some people who may not understand love languages.
Right.
And hopefully, if we can go over love languages and more people can get in tune with what they love language may be, which will make it better for them going forward when choosing like to deal with people and other people, and maybe the person that they meet, they can discuss this with them and ask this person what is their love language and help them to understand their love language. And therefore, when you understand how important it is to understand the next person's love language, because when you understand their love language, it helps you understand and communicate with them.
There you go. There you go.
Them. So
There
love
you
language
go.
is something that that could be a great asset to relationships. So we're gonna
Yeah,
get
that's by Dr. Gary Chapman. You can go online and take the test. It's like a 30 questionnaire, and it's going to give you like 4 options. And you want to say, okay, well, this one, oh yeah, oh, this one, but it's asking you the most out of all of those. I mean, if it comes down to that's the one you just cannot let, it's got to be that one. You got to answer truthfully and honestly and be transparent because God is watching when you take that. And I guarantee you on the authority, and he is a Christian author, you take it like that and you'll get the exact result that you need. And is words of affirmation, physical touch, receiving gifts, acts of service, and the highest score from 0 to 12 is 12. So you go online, it's at fivelovelanguages.com. Tap into it, do all of that. It'll take you to the thing. You can do it for singles and you can do it for married couples. You also got a book out for singles, got a book out for married couples, even got a book out for your teenager, for your workplace. Phenomenal. Done in so many different languages across the globe. God has just blessed this particular man of God and touching not even people really so much inside the body of Christ, but outside has benefit worldwide from this helpful information. And so out of receiving gifts from 0 to 12, mine was 0. When it comes to acts of service, 0 out of 12 for me was 3. When it comes to quality time and physical touch, 0 out of 12 was 8 for me. So when he got to physical touch, a lot of men in the book confused and thought that, okay, they equated that with the intimacy part. But then he said, no, slow down. Let me ask you a question. And it's in his book. And he touched this on many interviews he did over the years. If she comes down in the kitchen and y'all sitting at the kitchen table, what have you, and she places her hand on your shoulder as she's pouring some coffee or y'all just pouring some tea or just chatting, or if you sitting down next to you and just place a hand on your leg and your knee, that stimulates you to the point that suffice, and you don't necessarily even need the sexual part. Would that suffice, in other words? And a lot of guys will say, well, no, I got to have in other words, I got to have the bedroom, because he's a Caucasian author, got to have the bedroom. And then he said, well, your primary love language is not physical touch then. That's how deep this is. That's how real it is. Because you're talking about appropriate touching with your maid or what have you and all of that, your girlfriend, whatever you live in. And a lot of guys get that confused and think that no, it's deeper than that. So it's not about the sexual part, me. See, intimacy has nothing to do with nothing about intercourse. Intimacy has nothing to do with intercourse. And that's the point that he's making. And so that's what it is for me. The intimacy part of it. The true safety and the transparency that grows over time, that you make a good choice in the decision with a person who is whole. You both have to be a person of wholeness and be healthy mentally and emotionally, be able to manage your emotions and have correct, healthy responses toward each other when you're having a dialogue and communicating. So, words of affirmation, 0 out of 12 for mine was 11. Should have picked that up by now. Physical touch and quality time is quality time. He made a point of kids are done, babysitter, you did. I mean, not just like you look in your tablet and they talk and you learn to, oh man, I'm sorry, what did you just say? That's not quality time. I need your undivided attention to know that you're receiving in your heart what I'm saying. You want to get to understand and know and have an intimate dialogue with me. Remember, intimacy has nothing to do with intercourse. You want to have a real, genuine, intimate dialogue with me. That's the true definition of intimacy. That speaks volumes to that person whose primary love language is quality time. Because we all speak our love language. So I told a coworker at work, he had an issue, a Latino brother was right. Let's come in, man. I work, I don't do nothing. I work hard. I bring money home, and I'm faithful. All I ask for I want meal. I just want food. I be hungry. True genuine brother, good, decent Latino brother. I shared this with him. He had no idea about no foul. He didn't know what I was talking about. And I broke it down. I said, based on what you shared with me, your wife's primary love language, and I broke down all the stuff, may be acts of service. So you saying or speaking your love language and what she's trying to convey to you, if you love me and you care about me like you say you do, well then when you get home, some help with the house, with the kids will be, very much appreciated. He looked at me like he moved, saw a light from heaven. Time went past. I forgot all about that conversation. Weeks and weeks passed. One of my close coworkers said, bro, man, you don't know how you blessed him. And I know what he was talking about. Bro, what are you talking about? That conversation you had, ooh, man, they blessed him and his wife. Oh, they doing so well. They're like, wow, bless God for that. This is what you provide for your platform, nephew. It's bigger than what you ever thought it would ever be. This is what you provide.
And God putting the right, He aligning the right people in the right places. You know, and I tell people like, man, I talk about all the time, man, because like I say, I told you, I said, man, it just, when you came across the platform the first time we talked, it just, everything just was organic. It just happened the way it happened. It ain't one of them situations where you look at it and be like, oh, this mother acting this way today, then the
Right.
next day totally different. It's been real, and then we'll chop it up, and I say, man, look, man, this is what I think about. Oh, like shit, nephew, I wanted to talk to you about that. This, that, and the third. I was like, man, I say, be paying attention, but I do a lot of stuff on my platform. I know I do a lot of talking when I'm on here as well. So, but I also be paying attention and observing and reading,
Right.
temperature of certain things that go on when I'm in here. I look to see who in here, who not in here, who really supporting, who not supporting, and things like that. So, that was big. That was big for me. But like I say, man, it's a blessing to have come across you on this platform. And they say God work in mysterious ways, but all ways ain't mysterious if you believe in God.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
it's
They
been a
talk
blessing.
about it in the chat. Lavish Lady said hers are words of affirmation and quality time.
Quality time.
Yeah, yeah. Most women are for the most part. You know what I mean. Some vary, and you might have a secondary too. You know what I mean.
Mm.
And then follow up a third one. But he also says no matter what your score is or how low it may be in those other areas, would continue choosing and God's help and understanding and growing and not just for your mate, but for yourself as well. You can bring those numbers up in the other areas. God is the only one that can get the highest score across the board in all of them and can be all at the same time. That's why he can be more sufficient for all of us, no matter what our different needs are. Ain't that amazing?
That's amazing, man.
That's how you know this was God ordained. And when I
Because
came across that, I've been
we
sharing it ever since.
we weren't meant to be to multitask.
Right,
That's
right,
that's not a purpose that God gave us.
right. Well, he put that in women. That's why see,
Yeah.
we are laser focused. We have to focus here on this, and then we'll get to the next thing and the next thing and the
But
next thing. But women are multitask. He created them like that because they are nurturers.
yeah.
They are the first teacher for the children. So he had to put that inside women. You know what I mean? We can do it, but we're not efficient as how God has gifted them. So we're not equal in that sense, but our creational roles differ.
Mm-hmm.
However, we are equally important and valuable to the relationship
All
or
right.
whatever the dynamic is.
That's what
You know?
Kel's talk about the heart of a woman,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah,
That
yeah, yeah,
it's hard.
yeah,
When it's say it's so many questions to the words what y'all do for us.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah. Yes, sir.
man,
That's my favorite song on that album.
man,
Yeah.
women are everything to a man that a good woman is everything to a good man. You know, but we do have some bad apples and bad bananas out here.
Just haven't been taught. And then just picked up the wrong information.
Mm-hmm.
And they only can give you the person can only give you what they know.
Yeah.
That
Most definitely.
one of the journalists here in Chicago, Illinois on Channel 7, her name is Cheryl Burton. and she was in an interview some years ago, and she grew up in the Chatham area here in Chicago, Illinois, and she said that a person becomes only what they see. She elaborated on that and went, really expounded on it. But I thought that was so profound. I took away that little line she said. So it's all about exposure, whether it be the right exposure or the wrong exposure. Doesn't matter what happened to you back then, how you feel about it now moving forward. And are you going to allow it, no matter what your age is, you're going to allow it to be a bookmark for you in life? Or you're going to become better version of yourself and move forward and make your footprint that wherever you touch your feet is blessed?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you going to walk around like a victim and stay in hurt mode and trauma mode and dysfunctional? No one in their right thinking wakes up and wants that. So you have to be healed and set free from that mentality and that mindset. Will thou be made whole? And I yield back, nephew.
Hey, that's it. That's it, man. We finna get ready to get up out of here. Hopefully you got one in your belly for us tonight. I got a message from my brother T. Glenn. He's back in the hospital, man.
Okay.
High blood pressure. They can't get his blood pressure under control.
Mm.
The brother's on dialysis as well. With his kidney. He messaged me this morning. I spoke to him. I spoke with him text message this morning, but I told him just keep fighting, man. Don't give up. I know it seemed like I know you probably hear these words all the time, but this is the most important thing you can do alongside the prayers that we're gonna be sending up for you. You gotta keep believing and don't give up, because I know it's going through a lot. The brother going through a lot, but if he wasn't, he'll be right in this chat with us tonight, talking and giving his opinion, and like I say, man, I'm sending prayers up for T. Glenn and his family, man, and especially sending strength, and encouragement that he continue to fight and don't give up, because when you give up, then that's it, So we coming back with Adult Talk Part 3. Five is it five love languages? Is it five different?
Yeah,
Okay.
the 5 love languages.
We're gonna come back with Adult Talk Part 3, the 5 love languages. So make sure everybody, if y'all haven't already, go and do the love language test. I'm gonna do it myself and get mine. So when we come back on Tuesday, we're gonna shoot for. Oh, I gotta get a teeth pull on Tuesday, so it'll be Wednesday. We're gonna come Wednesday, and we're gonna do the Adult Talk Part 3, the 5 love languages, and it's gonna be very interesting to see everybody be able to tell what theirs is, and and we'll be able to discuss and go through certain things. Matter of fact, you can shoot me a text with the link or whatever for to go do that love language test, and I'm gonna
I do that.
I'm gonna put it on my community wall I'm gonna put it on my community wall for people to go and do the test. You know what I'm saying? So we will be on point when we come back for the next Adult Talk Part 3, the 5 love languages. We're gonna be on point. I'm telling y'all, I'm loving this community that we have over here. I love the people over here. I get excited seeing the people over here. We seen some different people over here. I seen a few different names over here. We got Foxy Chocolate, and we had let me see, there was another one in here. Let's see, Harriet Wade. That's that person been here. Self love is the best love. That's a name. We want to welcome those people over here. to the family and let them know, man, the cookout, you bring your own tray, but you can't take no to-go plate. You bring your own tray, but you can't take no to-go plate. So, you know, that's a real life situation. So, if there's nothing else, we're gonna talk about. We got the next topic coming. I'm quite sure you're gonna love that one because
Okay.
beyond these type of topics right here, and I hope everybody got some good information from the topic we had tonight. I hope everybody took some positive from the show tonight because I did. I learned a lot tonight, and moving forward, we just gonna continue to learn and learn and learn. You know, and this is one of those things like my grandmother say. Ask God to empty you
Mm,
of everything that is not of Him,
mm,
then refill you with everything that is of Him.
mm,
So in life, sometimes we have to ask God to take those things away from us that is not of Him. Take those people away from us that is not of Him. Replace all of that with everything that is of God. Therefore, your foundation, your communication, your love, your understanding will be more clear for you to be able to transfer that into somebody else. Like Unc said, we can't fix brokenness. We can't fix bitterness. God didn't create us to be that way. He didn't create us to go and try to fix and change other people. But He did create us to come together. So what we seeing in the world today, we seeing a lot of people that are broken, that are bitter, that are damaged.
yeah.
When you of God, you can't communicate with that. You can't resonate with that. You can't understand what that is. Love only knows love. Hate only knows hate. That's like oil and water. You can't mix the two. You ain't never seen love. You ain't never seen love hate.
Mm, mm,
It
mm.
ain't no way hate can love. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, ain't no wrong way to do something. You say ain't no right way to do
Right way
something
to do
wrong.
wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't no right way to do something wrong, but it is a wrong way of doing something right.
Yeah.
So no, understand that, y'all. Let's get on the positive side of life. We done live long enough not knowing. We done live long enough not trying to know. Let's get on the positive side of life if as in educating ourselves. You know, we ain't got a lot of life left in this world to live. So let's
Right.
make sure we get on the side of living the rest of it the best way we can.
Right.
Being the best version of ourselves. Being the best Coretta. Being the best lavish lady. Being the best sweet pea. Being the best muse. Being the best big vowel opinion. Being the best Miss Lady T. Being the best Foxy Chocolate. You know, we gotta be the best of each other. That's it. That's what it's all about. Being the best self-love. Being the best Harriet Way. Being the best platform on YouTube. Big vowel opinion.
And recycle your pain. Whatever has happened, Father God in heaven, that sits in the third heaven, that gave your only begotten Son, and you sent him into the world not to condemn the world, but that the world through him, Christ's principles, his teachings of the good news of the gospel, that you do not have to remain in the state that you're in. There's hope. There's deliverance. Be set free. Why choose death when we can choose life? So, Father God, teach us to recycle the pain. Help us to get a reward for what we have been through, that wherever we step our foot may be blessed by your presence and the goodness that you are continually working in and out of and through us. That's what it's all about. So may every woman, every man that's represented in the chat, every boy and girl in the household, Father God, heal our mind, create within us a clean heart that pleases you, and renew your right spirit and your presence within all of us. Forgive us for things spoken that was disrespectful to your hearing.
Amen.
Forgive us for things that we looked at people and couldn't see them the way you sees them. Being delivered, being healed, being forgiven, being set free, being helped, being encouraged to consider ourselves that we once upon a time were in those broken places and spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So help us to have sincere, not only encouragement, but have a sense of empathy, placing ourselves where they must have been through, what how they're thinking and what they impacted their life. All we can do, Father God, is be an example and be a witness that we will overcome evil with goodness. And it's for your name's sake. Bless my nephew, Big Vi, and what he's doing. Continue to speak to his mind. That you not only speak to him to help in his everyday life, that wherever his voice is heard, wherever his foot is planted, that the anointing of the Holy Ghost,
hallelujah,
illuminates from his very being, that he is changed in such a way that everyone who once knew him will be changed by beholding the presence of the living God.
hallelujah.
So we ask you for your name's sake, every man and every woman born that's in this chat, Father God, for your name's sake, we ask it that you heal, that you set free, that you deliver. Bring us back to you, Father God, from that backsliding state of mind. Said you're married to the backslider.
Hey. Mm.
You love us, Father God. There is no condemnation for those that are in Christ Jesus. So help us to forgive ourselves and let it go. Thank you for healing. Thank you for restoration that has finally come. And we ask these things not because we're worthy and we deserve it, but we ask it according to your loving kindness and your tender mercy.
Hallelujah.
As Lamentation said, it's new every morning. And it coming down from the Father of light, with whom there's no variableness of turning. You never change, Father God. You weighted everything that we will have to go through and you measured it and said you can handle that. So help us to trust the process. And we ask these things in the name of Jesus for your name's sake, according to your loving kindness and your riches and glory in Christ Jesus. So we bless your name in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Ghost. Amen and amen and amen again.
Amen. Amen, man. Woo, oh boy, that got one. I had to stand up for a minute, man.
Bless
Woo!
God, bless God.
Bless God, man. Bless God and let God. That's it. That's it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bless God and let God, man. Boy, I'm telling y'all, people don't understand, man. We all had those things we battling. We all battle with something.
Yeah,
We all suffering from something.
yeah,
But I tell you, there's no other person, no other man that you can give these issues to, these problems to, other than God, that can move mountains, open doors, break chains.
yeah,
You gotta give it to him. You gotta
yeah.
believe. And gotta believe in his word.
That's
You
the
see
blueprint,
that?
nephew. That's the blueprint. That's it. That's the roadmap, man. That's the roadmap.
I'm saying,
And if you know what it is, I just gotta trust it. You know, we all fall short and we blow it because we need to take our eyes off self. And what I mean about that, it's an old hymn, my favorite hymn. It's about 1920. That's how old this hymn is. And a line in the verse says, "Turn your eyes upon Jesus and look full in his wonderful face, and the things of this earth will grow strangely dim in the light of his glory and his grace." Turn your eyes upon Jesus. Believe in his promises. Believe in his word. If you need any confirmation, just look back, as they say. My soul looked back and wonder how I got over.
Yeah.
It's evidence that he's been there. As the late James Moore was saying, he was there all the time, just waiting patiently for you to invite him into your situation and your circumstances.
Oh, yes, man. Yes. Yes.
He said, trust the process just for my name's sake and my reputation, and just watch me move.
Watch me move, man. Oh, woo, man. He's waiting. Just
That's
waiting
it.
on you to invite him.
That's it. That's
Just
it.
waiting for you to invite him into your situation.
So your past may have been, your situation may be. Yes, that was bogus what they did. Yes, that did happen, but he turned it all around.
Mm-hmm.
He can turn it all around.
You turn it all
All
around.
you got to do is just let him into your situation. Stop overthinking. Get your mind off of yourself. It takes his divine power to destroy every yoke of bondage that the enemy tried to hold on your life and your family tree. Be the one that steps in the generation gap and say, enough is enough. So like he told him when he called Lazarus from the tomb, loose him and let him go. I don't know what grave clothes you got on you. If it's in your mind, if it's in your behavior, it's in your perception, how you see things. Take up your bed and walk and get out that situation. Loose it off you and keep it moving. Why should you choose death when he died for you? He died for you. Every one of us. He died for you. He was dying on the cross. In my closing, I was about to give up the ghost. Mary, the mother of Jesus. All them standing around the cross. He sensed her present, the theologians and the scholars say. He told death to wait and raised up his head from the locks of his shoulders and looked her in her eyes and said, this is how much I love you. And then he gave up the ghost for all humanity.
Wow. Whew.
He took away the lien of death and penalty for all humanity on his shoulders. And she just said, accept my free gift, standing in the gap for you. And everything you ever need, I am.
I am.
And when you choose to make that decision, I already activated and put it inside your DNA. Loose yourself and be free. Blessing to Big Vibe Chat. Blessing to Big Jive Fat. For the whole chat family. Blessing to the Big Vibe Chat. Take that word of encouragement and hold on for dear life. He bled for you. They beat him so, nephew, that the recording say his entrails and guts was hanging out. But he did it for you and me. So why would you stay in that abusive mindset, that trauma? Loose yourself and be free. Your deliverance has come. On the authority of the Holy Ghost and God, Jehovah Jireh, Jehovah Nisi, Jehovah Sikkenu, Jehovah Shalom, Jehovah Rapha. Victory belongs to Jesus. You're free. Walk in your freedom. Everyone that's represented in the chat and every family that's represented in the chat, walk in your freedom. Your deliverance has come. Blessings, blessings, blessings from above. Blessings from above. Bless his holy name.
Amen.
Bless his holy name.
Amen.
Bless your nephew. I love your nephew.
And love you too, man.
Appreciate you. Bless your nephew.
Oh yeah, we finna get up out of here, man. Make sure you text me that.
I got you. And I also took some clips. I took some screenshots. So they should still be in my gallery to give you a little glimpse of what each one says, got a word in. And also I got the book. So each book, the singles and the marriage book, he got the text in the back of the book so people can continue to share with others and others and others like that. You probably can go on Amazon and look up the book and get it. It's called The Five Love Languages by Dr. Gary Chapman.
Okay.
But I'm going to go into it and I'm going to put up on Google and I'll send it to you.
All right. Just well, we'll text, man. I'll
I got you.
I'll get the email for you so that you get so you can email the person about the shirts, or whatever. I partner with somebody who's doing them or whatever. And
just let me know. I just want to support, you know what I mean? Support. That's all.
We'll do, man. Look, everybody in the chat, y'all, this news, hey, he give it to us like no other. So, hey, next time, make sure y'all heal, because guess what? The people who missing this, they missing out on some important, integral information that's being provided over here. You ain't gonna hear this on channels like this. You can only get this here. This is the Big Vi experience. So I'm gonna have to start calling it some Big Vi with Uncle something.
No, don't do that.
Uncle come through, I can sit back. I can sit back. All I gotta do is feed Uncle just enough. Uncle don't take off. You know what I'm saying? Uncle don't take off. But we gonna continue to keep it going, man. I thank God for us coming across each other. I thank God for being in my life, man, every day.
Yes, because, Lord.
I have my own battles that I deal with.
Yes, sir. Me too.
That phone and run it, whatever the situation may be. Keep on moving. For everybody else in the chat, I pray to God continue to bless y'all, and look forward to seeing y'all on every time. So make sure y'all cutting on y'all post notification bell, because sometimes I try to schedule a live, but it seems like when I schedule a live, that's when things come about. So when I had a free time, I'm gonna just do the live, other than trying to schedule them, and have people waiting, and then I don't come on, or I reschedule. So make sure y'all have on y'all post notification bell. I will always share it on my community wall when I am going live. So when y'all see the community post that I'm going live, make sure y'all get over there, because all the lives ain't gonna be like this, this long. Maybe a little bit short, So with that being said, if everybody, five love languages is gonna be the next adult talk. We gonna shoot for Wednesday. We shooting for Wednesday now. Adult talk, 5 love languages. We gonna shoot for Wednesday, and we hope to have a good turnout on Wednesday night. We're gonna try to do it a little earlier. I'm past. I'm gonna start doing my thing. I try to do a lot of things, have respect for a lot of different situations, but I want to make sure my people are able to get in tune with the live. So we won't be going
Right.
as late as we normally would go. We try to go a little early, but it ain't gonna be early, but probably say about 10 o'clock instead
Right.
of 12 o'clock.
Right.
We gonna.
Right.
So, with that being said, until next time, I have the information for anybody who want to get a shirt. If for anybody who want to get a shirt, I will have the information in the description box the next time for you all to be able to order your shirt or whatever. And from that point on, then we'll just be able we'll get everything situated. But this is the new logo. So if y'all see people out here commenting using my name, if this ain't the logo, it ain't me. If y'all see my logo in other platforms, y'all know I don't go to. Make sure y'all bring it to my attention. But I am gonna copyright. I'm copyrighting my name and my logo, everything. I'm doing it all professional, so that if I catch somebody using my stuff, it's gonna be consequences behind it.
Yes, sir.
I'm only doing it to protect the brand. So, that being said, until next time, I salute everybody. I love y'all and peace out. Hit me up, man. Make sure you send me the information over, and I'll get the information over to you.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right. It's been
Yes,
great.
sir. All right. Holler later, nephew. Blessing to you, chat. Peace.
I feel that so many things, and so never be afraid to feel. Those failures is gonna motivate you to get to where you need to go. I always fall with my hands down, pick myself back up and start running. So I'm not afraid to say, I took a loss on this, I took a loss on that. But then what I did, I educated myself. So it wasn't a loss, it was a lesson. So every time I feel like